Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
So let's get October and Q4 started. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. Equities rallying. The countdown to the open starts right now.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg The Open with Jonathan Farrow.
Live from New York, we begin with the big issue, kicking off Q4.
Look, we've done a lot of damage, obviously, in the third quarter.
There is still a lot of nervousness.
The dollar's a challenge. In addition to this surge in real rates,
dislocation between some of the central banks.
There could be further downside risk.
Volatility is about 10, 15% higher than it was a few months ago.
this is a hard market.
Getting those earnings expectations down is something that we really need to see.
Investors will get to hear from CEOs
Investors want to hear management speak.
what kind of impact this environment has on their business.
See some companies rip off the earnings Band-Aid.
And really kind of throw in more of a towel.
We're bracing for some pre-announcements and earnings cuts.
The mood right now is one of extreme caution.
Number one is earnings. Number two is PMIs. We haven't seen that contraction yet. And number three is jobs.
Joining us now to discuss is TD's Priya Misra Academy's Peter Cheer. Priya, fantastic to catch up with you. First question goes to you. Jim Bianco of Bianco Research said last week was about high volatility, poor liquidity and financial stress. How much stress is there out there right now?
I think there is stress. I mean, you look at any measure of stress, be it volatility, realized, implied, you look at risk assets. I think, what we're dealing with is a global economy that's headed into a recession. And the central bank community is saying, we're focused on inflation. That's public enemy number one. And so their ability to respond is just much lower. So I would say there is stress as people are figuring out how to deal with volatility. What's a good hedge? I would say cash is the only asset that has sort of made sense. Not that you're earning any positive real rates there. That's what's creating the stress. But, I don't think it's a tough way to start a Monday, but I don't think that stress goes away because the US data is still strong. I mean, I think globally data has started to turn, but as the US data starts to slow down, I think that stress remains because we just wait for central banks to respond and we don't get that response. So, I think we just have to get used to high volatility, high levels of financial stress and keep liquidity levels high.
Pete, to what extent are markets cracking here over the last few weeks?
It's become a little bit nervous what's going on in large bond markets. You saw the gilt market kind of become an utter disaster. It's trading all over the place. And I think there's some fear, increasingly maybe realistic, that breaks into other markets. We saw really weak auctions last week. Treasury market liquidity has been nothing short of awful. So I think that's something we've got to watch very, very closely. If this continues to leak, we can have real problems because the other markets just cannot withstand this level of treasury market volatility.
Pete, it was the gilt market that really got everyone's attention. For me, it was how the market responded. That was far more interesting than what we got announced the week before. It was how the market responded to it. And the response that I got, Pete, was that the UK market was unique. And it is. The pension fund, the pension industry dominates that market, shapes it to a large extent. Do you think what we saw in the UK can spill over? We can see more of that in Europe, in the United States, in treasuries, in bunds and elsewhere?
I do think so. I think we've got to be very cautious. We've got quantitative tightening going on. And to me, I've always believed that quantitative tightening and easing is nothing like rate hikes. It goes directly to asset prices. So we have money coming out of the system right now. And just look at our own market. We've had this 20-year treasury trading at some awkward yield that sticks out like a sore thumb, right? The biggest economy in the world, the biggest bond market in the world should not have such weird kinks in the curve. We've had that. We've put up with that. So, yeah, I think we are a little bit more fraught for danger unless we get this under control.
Priya, when does the long bond start behaving like a long bond that's going into a recession?
So I think there's some of that getting priced in. It's really hard because the US data is strong for the market to price in that many cuts. And you've got a Fed that's saying, look at the 1970s, we're not going to respond quickly, which is why I think that long bond is struggling to rally more. You start to see weak data, and perhaps it's weak earnings guidance. I think that's when the long bond moves. I mean, I would draw a distinction between the US market or the US Treasury market and the gilt market, which is dominated by LDI. I think in the US, this long bond is going to become the risk asset hedge once data or earnings guidance starts to go down. So right now we're barely pricing in rate cuts, 100 basis points of cuts. In our view, this is going to be a recession next year, a longer recession than what most people think, a deeper recession than most people think. So I think at that point, the long bond will start to price in cuts, at least to neutral, if not below. I would argue the Fed will need to get into accommodative territory in 2024, 25. But the long bond is a 30-year view. I think those rates will decline, but we really need to see the data crack. And so far, the US economy is still on fire.
Peter Shear, another way of asking this is, can we break the positive correlation between equities, risk assets, and the Treasury market?
So I think briefly we can. Ultimately, I don't think we see the lows in equity until we see a really big risk-off move. Once people really start pricing in recession, I'm with Priya on that. I think we are going to get a recession. I think it's going to be deeper and it's going to come sooner even than she's talking about. And I do argue one thing. I think the economic data is turning over faster than we realize. Some of the old data, so August data, doesn't look as bad. You start looking at stuff that's more contemporaneous, it's looking weak. Housing's looking weak. Autos, used auto sales, those are looking weak. Everyone I talk to in the retail industry is very unclear what the holiday season is going to look like. And more importantly, what orders are going to look like for February. So I think we've got an overhang build, and I think we're pointing to a lot of weak data that's already there, but you kind of have to look at the right thing. So I think recession sooner, deeper, and we end this whole equity downside with a big risk-off move. But in the meantime, I think we could get one relief rally.
We'll keep building on that. Futures right now positive by about 1% on the S&P to kick off Q4. Payroll's coming up later this week. Mike McKee's going to be on top of that for you. Morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. I think the one thing I have learned is never leave a British guy in charge of global sovereigns while I go on vacation, because the questions become over the last 5 days, are things starting to break? Or as even Peter Shear says, are they just starting to break, slow down, as the Fed expects it to? This week we'll find out a lot more about where we're going with that. The Fed raising rates, the economy is supposed to slow, but how fast and how far? The latest on manufacturing later today at 10 a.m. with ISM. It's been strong, but the real question is, what about prices? Are they starting to slow? Tomorrow, more on factories, but the number of the day is job openings and labor turnover jolts, because the Fed's made a big deal out of the number of job openings. They say that's a sign the labor market is still too tight. So is that still true? More on jobs Wednesday with ADP, totally revamped, of course, the new model, no track record, so we're not sure what's going to tell us, but people trade on it. And then on Thursday, we get the jobless claims numbers. Friday, the big number of the week, September jobs. Hiring is forecast to slow, but here's the question: how much? And how much is it going to take for the Fed to change its mind on how much it needs to raise interest rates in November? A lot of people think this report really won't change their mind, but if it does slow significantly or we see a jump in unemployment, maybe the Fed has license to not do 75. We'll have a pretty good idea of what they're thinking by the end of the week, John, because 9 of the 19 policymakers are speaking this week, including New York Fed President John Williams, who usually gives a pretty good signal signal as to where Jay Powell is going with things. We'll also hear from new governors, Philip Jefferson and Lisa Cook. So a lot for people to digest this week.
Mike McKee, Mankiw and Krugman almost agreeing that the Fed risked taking this too far. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing now is the idea that the Fed and other central banks don't know how far they can go. And we're starting to get signs from the markets that they may be going a little bit too far. We'll see if things calm down in markets, and if they keep getting slower in the economy, then maybe the Fed will have to change its views.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. Priya, the line that stuck out for all of us when it came to the Fed speak, and you can pick up on the nuance, the differences between everyone, but Vice Chair Brainerd, when she says we are committed to not pulling back prematurely, is that one of the most important lines that comes out of the Fed speak at the moment? They're committed almost to being late.
I think so. I think they're telling us that they are going to be focused on inflation. And, you know, until inflation gets down to 2%, they're not going to ease up. The other thing it tells us is things can slow down, but it's what the pain that they've talked about, that there will be pain in this adjustment process. This is collateral damage. So I took that to be very bearish for risk assets, and actually telling me that the curve can keep inverting. Even the first sign of slowing in growth, the Fed is not going to respond. And so I think the problem is the ghost of the 1970s is, I think, going to constrain the Fed. I already think that they should be looking at lags in the data. Forget looking at lags in inflation, which will take a while to come down. They're almost telling us that they will not be responding to weakness in economic growth. And therefore, you know, they're going to be late. So I think they're going to have to cut a lot more, because if you start late, you have to go a lot more, which is why I think the market's underpricing the extent of cuts in 2024. But they might even start to cut in 24, as opposed to we're looking for them to start to ease in end of 23. But if they're so worried about the 1970s mistake being repeated, I think they're just going to let the pain build until they're absolutely sure that inflation expectations have been anchored. But you look at the market, I would say, and inflation expectations are well anchored. The Fed can take some comfort in that. But I think it's the 70s. It's all the research on the 70s that's going to make them late this time around in responding to slowdown.
And following the labour market, being emboldened by it, Pete, can you talk to me about the risk of being emboldened by a lagging indicator with claims south of 200K, just keeping the light green, bright green for them to keep on hiking?
You know, one, we'll get a lot more clarity this week because there's been a big divergence between the household and the establishment survey on non-farm payroll. So we'll see some of that, whether that clears up at all. Again, I think on the Fed, they've been talking a very tough game since Jackson Hole. They're clearly on point. They did everything together. But I think it's relatively easy to say you're not going to shoot till we see the whites of their eyes to then actually do this. So I think if the data starts turning over any weakness, they're going to have a lot of second thoughts, because as much as they don't want inflation, job losses and recession, especially coming into election, are awful. So I think they are talking very tough. They're sticking to a script, but how strong they'll be if that data rolls over, I don't know about that.
Pete, one line that sticks out to me, it's been used by a few people over the last week: you can't fire what you can't hire. Pete, it's been a massive struggle to attract talent. And I just wonder how badly earnings are going to look, how bad earnings will look before we even start to see any deterioration in the labour market, given that so many of these companies couldn't hire what they were looking for.
Yeah, so what I'm looking for is a deterioration in these service providers. So I think companies are going to be very reluctant to fire their own people, because like you say, it was so hard to get people. They're going to keep what they have. But I think you'll start looking at cutting, whether they kind of cut on their accounting costs, web services, stuff like that. So I think you're going to have to look there to see the first signs that mainstream economy is really hurting.
Peter Cheer sticking with us alongside Priya Misra. Whole host of people cutting price targets this morning. Citi, Credit Suisse. Jonathan Golub said this over at Credit Suisse: on the S&P 500. We're lowering our 22 price target to 38.50 from 4300, initiating our 23 target of 40.50. This implies 7.4% upside through the end of 22, 5.2% through next year. So they're cutting the price targets, though I have to say Golub over at Credit Suisse is still standing pretty bullish. We'll pick up on that story a little bit later. Equity futures right now positive 1% on the S&P, about 20 or so minutes away from the opening bell. Up next, Credit Suisse stoking financial stability concerns.
Clearly, I mean, the stuff that we're seeing now with, you know, these banks, CDS, Credit Suisse, etc., people are just worried about potential financial stability risks.
That conversation up next.
As central banks embark on inflation fighting at all costs with raising rates and potentially withdrawing liquidity, something can break. Where we are at this juncture is different from the Lehman moment, is different from the global financial crisis in that we don't have balance sheet recession. We have a recession likely engineered by central bank tightening in order to fight inflation. Our expectation for default is more contained versus what's actually in the price.
Shares of Credit Suisse hitting an all-time low. The cost of insuring the bank's debt against default reaching a record high. The CEO writing in a memo Friday, this is a critical moment for the whole organisation. No doubt there will be more noise in the markets and the press. I trust that you are not confusing our day-to-day stock price performance with the strong capital base and liquidity position of the bank. Shonali Basak is going to be on top of this story for us, our Wall Street correspondent. Shonali, good morning.
Good morning, John. Thank you very much. You know, you have the CEO of Credit Suisse, his senior executive, speaking to employees, to investors, to clients throughout the weekend as you see their credit default swaps spread out. However, remember, we have to do this with a big tone of a reality here. These are still very far from distressed levels, and they are not what we've seen with banks in the last decade or so. We have Boaz Weinstein of Saba Capital really tweeting online saying that this feels like a lot of scaremongering. This is not as wide as we've seen even Morgan Stanley in 2011 and 2012. Another interesting comparison to make is more recent with Deutsche Bank in 2016. Remember, Credit Suisse's capital ratios now are higher than even where Deutsche Bank was at that time. Yet, again, as we've been talking about, the credit default swaps have just widened out so much. At that time, remember, Deutsche Bank was facing a multi-billion-dollar fine. Now, Credit Suisse, as we know, does not have one massive event like that coming up. However, we know that regulators would look at this and be worried. They'd be worried for a couple of reasons here. Those reasons include that Credit Suisse is facing here a very vicious cycle of rising funding costs as well as a declining stock price. So the cost of funding is going up for the bank while revenues are also under pressure and there is concern among investors. But the longer term here is what you have to keep an eye on. How does Credit Suisse make it through this market? These challenges in the near term with its stock price just makes that turnaround even harder. And like the CEO has told his employees just this weekend, as his stock is falling like a thud, what he told them was he's looking to rise like a phoenix from the ashes. So they are focused on that turnaround plan for the end of October. Can they hold their stock up until then?
Good luck to them, Shonali, because we all know some fantastic people who work at that bank. 2008. We always have to have the 2008 conversation. Let's just park the 2008 story and just focus on this bank. They're going to come out with a strategic review at the end of this month. The new strategy, whatever it is, Shonali, most people assume that they're going to have to raise capital. Tell us how much they might have to raise capital by based on the reporting that you've seen and how difficult that will be with the stock traded with a 3 handle.
Probably one of the more prominent notes around this is KBW's estimate around $4 billion, 4 billion euros or so. Listen, the problem here is that raising money, if they have to issue shares at this point, to your point, with the stock declining that much, it would be highly dilutive for long-term holders. And they could also sell some assets, but it wouldn't get you to that $4 billion mark. So there is a lot of money that could be needed for this turnaround plan, which again, this turnaround plan, before we were talking about the issues on its stock and otherwise, which have now been down more than 60% this year, we were still looking at a multi-year turnaround. So how do these issues that we're facing today for Credit Suisse compound that issue even further as they look through a turnaround through a tough economic cycle as well? 2008, John, you know this, the regulators really have to be watching this with a lot of bated breath, even with those capital ratios being in the targeted range here.
Big time. Shanali, thank you. Shanali Basak on top of the story for us. She'll do that for us all week, no doubt. I want to come to you on this, Peter Chair. Pete, can you tell me how useful the CDS market actually is to gauge risk like this conversation we're having right now? What do you make of it?
So I agree with what Boaz said. I think this was a little bit overdone. One, the CDS market tends to overshoot, right? It's fairly illiquid. Then there's a couple other factors that are really impacting the CDS market right now. One, overall, bond prices are below par. So there are these technical factors when bond prices get below par, and they're well below par across the globe, not because of credit risk, but because of overall yields. So that impacts the pricing of CDS spreads. You've had a liquid bond market, so if people need something done, they'll go to the CDS market, which does tend to be a little bit more liquid in times of stress. So I think it's a little bit overshot, and you can only take so much out about this. And then when people start converting CDS spreads to default probabilities, there's a lot of noise in that. One, not every reason you're getting paid a basis point of spread is because of credit risk. There's all sorts of liquidity risk, all sorts of other reasons to get paid that. You have to look at recoveries. And finally, especially when it comes to banks, the regulators learned one thing through 2007 and 2008. Do not let this get to a fear point in senior credit. And it's not at that point. I don't see any way they will get to doing that. Separate from what they're trying to do on inflation fighting, they all know you cannot let this creep into the banking system. So I would not be too worried about what's going on in CS on the bond side at this point.
Pete, just to pick up on that then, are you saying on the bond side that's the better way of measuring the amount of stress that might be out there in a single name?
I think you have to take a look at all of them, but yes, you want to look at that. You want to look at where the sub debt is. So there is some stress. I think it's overdone. I think it winds up coming back tighter in the coming days and weeks.
Preet Misra, can you tell me just how you're gauging how things are developing in Europe?
Sure. Well, I mean, in Europe, you mean UK or Europe?
Because I mean Europe specifically,
UK
financial instability. You're starting to see Italian spreads blow back out over the last couple of weeks. There's a worry the ECB might have to step in there. I think that's the theme of the last week. We spent the last year talking about central banks attacking inflation. Now the concern much more so on financial instability, whether it's the gilt market or Credit Suisse.
Absolutely. And I think it may seem at odds. If the ECB is going to keep moving the rates higher, it's going to be hard for them to prevent that widening in Italian spreads. I mean, they've got that policy in, they might engage, but in our view, you know, it's a little, I mean, they're fighting one problem on one hand, and then they create financial stability issues on the other hand. I mean, it's a tough balance, but I think at some point they're going to have to let these spreads widen. And at some point it brings capital in. I think we have to all get used to cost of capital across the board is rising. It'll be higher for Italy than it would be for bonds. There's only so much the ECB can push back against that. And I think that's going to hasten the slowdown in Europe, where financial conditions tighten a lot. The ECB is unable to, I think, get those Italian spreads much tighter. I think they can just slow down. It's what the BOJ is doing. There is a common theme here that they're all trying to tighten financial conditions, but at a slower pace. But they're fighting, you know, I think all they can do is try and slow down the process as opposed to really fight it. So we're actually negative on Italian spreads, on Spanish spreads, because we think the ECB is going to have to continue to hike given their very high inflation prints here.
Preet, just finally, I've asked this question 20 different ways over the last week. If these central banks have to choose between recession and financial instability or higher inflation for longer, what do you think they choose?
I think they're going to have, I mean, I think financial stability is something they will push back against. I mean, at least slow down the volatility, prevent this from, because and it becomes a VAR shock, you get all sorts of correlation breakdown, etc. So I think that they're going to try and push back against too much financial instability. You know, I think they're going to risk a recession. I mean, 6 months ago, I would have told you that they'll take a higher inflation route. But increasingly, I'm getting the sense that they're so terrified of an inflation problem that they will risk a recession just to get inflation, maybe not down to 2%, the 3%, maybe that's the new 2%. But I think the levels are just too high for them to tolerate high levels of inflation just to keep growth going.
I've heard that from a few places now, that eventually they're just going to have to accept 3. Priya Misra, Peter Cheer, to the two of you, thank you for kicking off Q4 with us. Futures right now positive 1%. Coming up the morning calls and later. Pictades, Luca Paolini expected the S&P 500 to head towards 3K. Luca joining us around the opening bout from New York. This is Bloomberg. Five minutes away from the opening bout, equity futures with a decent pop here. Will it stick? Up 1% on the S&P, up 6 or 0.7% on the Nasdaq. That's the price action. Here are your morning calls. First up, Morgan Stanley upgrading BOX to overweight, $34 price target, highlighting the company's solid macro positioning and more favourable backdrop. Your second call from Goldman, upgrading Wells Fargo to buy while downgrading Citi to neutral, expecting the two banks to perform much differently in a recessionary environment. And finally, Argus downgrading Nike to a hold, warning that high inventory levels could pose a threat to upcoming earnings. That stock is down just a little bit by 0.1%. Up next, investors gearing up for a critical earnings season. Luca Paolini warning recession is inevitable, expecting the S&P 500 to head towards 3K. That's next, the opening bout just around the corner. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. Counting you down to the opening bell, about 20 seconds away. September absolutely brutal. Down and down hard on the month, on the quarter, for a third consecutive quarter on the S&P 500. The longest stretch of losses, quarterly losses, going all the way back to 2009. Let's the opening bell, switch at the board and get to the bond market. Yield shaping up as follows on a 10-year, down 15 basis points on a 10-year yield to 367.84. Euro showing a little bit of weakness. Euro dollar negative 1/3% at 97.74. And crude exploding higher on speculation that OPEC Plus might be about to deliver cuts. We're up 6% on WTI, $84 and around about 20 cents. That's the cross-asset price action. Let's get you some movers. Here's Katie.
John, we have Tesla dropping from the bell, and Ed Ludlow is going to have more in just a minute. But just know that while actual deliveries were at a record, we're talking about 345,000 cars. That number still fell short of estimates. You have Tesla lower by about 4%, down more than 12% over the past 2 weeks. Moving on, we have Peloton, just a little bit higher after signing a deal with Hilton to put bikes in over 5,000 U.S. hotels. This is the first chain to offer Peloton bikes across all of its branded U.S. hotels. It's needed good news for Peloton, but just a drop in the bucket. The shares are still down about 90% over the last year. And moving on, like you said, it's shaping up to be a big day for oil. That's after weekend news that OPEC Plus considering an output cut of more than 1 million barrels per day. That's boosting lights of Exxon and Halliburton. This morning, you have crude about 6% higher at the moment.
Katie, thank you. What a pop for energy. And for the energy names on the S&P 500, about a minute and 20 seconds into this, the S&P up by 1%. Energy names up by more than 2% this morning. Stocks rebounding just a bit after recording their biggest monthly decline in more than 2 years. Investors gearing up for a critical earnings season.
We are starting to see some companies rip off the earnings Band-Aid.
We're bracing for some pre-announcements and earnings cuts.
Headwinds are beginning to intensify.
Getting those earnings expectations down is something that we really need to see.
The growth outlook remains dire.
There could be further downside risks.
Starting to show some cracks in the foundation.
The equity market probably has further to go down.
There is still a lot of nervousness.
The mood right now is one of extreme caution.
There's still room, people believe, for more downside.
For more, let's catch up with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John, it's really going to be the question that we ask all this earnings season. Is the worst of it priced in? If you look at just a headline basis for earnings per share, it's hard to argue that it is priced in. Again, that estimate going forward through next year, every quarter shows a gain in earnings. Now, if you expect a recession next year, this is certainly not an earnings recession. Matt Maley over at Miller Tabak points out that every recession since World War II has seen a decline in earnings. That is not what's priced in. Now, to be sure, at a bottom-up level, we are seeing those revisions drop. We have net downside revisions more so than upgrades for the 17th consecutive week. It's not surprising considering we've heard everyone from Micron to Nike to CarMax, all of them warning on their earnings. But even this picture, John, we still got to ask, is this the worst of it, considering that margins are under pressure with high prices and a Fed that is intent on continuing to tighten conditions? Easy money for these companies is certainly over.
The corporate guidance, the numbers, the earnings, the sales, the deliveries, not great at the moment. Danny Berger, thank you. Tesla front and center on that front. We're down by almost 6% on Tesla in early trading. Shares of Tesla under pressure after Q3 deliveries fell short of estimates. The company running the following: as our production volumes continue to grow, it's becoming increasingly challenging to secure vehicle transportation capacity and at a reasonable cost during these peak logistics weeks. On top of this, we're lucky to have Ed Ludlow with us. Morning, Ed.
Yeah, good morning, John. Frankly, this was another record-breaking quarter for Tesla in terms of deliveries. 4 factories on 3 continents firing on all cylinders, but ultimately that delivery number of 343,830 vehicles was considerably below consensus. Now we see the stock down 6.4%, biggest drag on the NASDAQ 100. Basically, a transition to a more even regional mix of production across those factories meant that more vehicles were in transit at the end of the quarter. Elon Musk took to Twitter, you won't be surprised to hear, to explain that they were fighting increased expediting costs at the end of that quarter. And going forward, they hope there will be a smoother and more even distribution intra-quarter in terms of those delivers. Some on the street, and indeed the big Tesla fans, took to Twitter over the weekend to kind of front run this stock drop, right, and say the naysayers are going to say that this is about demand. Well, the sell side seems to believe Tesla's explanation that this is an issue of logistics. One other data point I point to is the percentage of vehicles produced that were delivered, around 94%. That is very low relative to the prior 15 quarters, which does give some further evidence that this is not a demand issue. Simply, the cars were ordered, they just weren't delivered to customers. So we look to that December quarter data to find out what the true effects of global rising rates is and inflation on the consumer, John.
Ed, are you surprised we're still grappling with these issues right now, going into 2023?
No, not particularly, partly because this commentary has been consistent, right? I'm thinking about what I'm hearing across some of those pre-announcements in earnings. I spoke to Amazon's SVP of devices, Dave Limp, last week, and he said actually the components picture is improving, various semiconductors, parts for electronics. The issue that is lingering is moving things from A to B. He talks about ocean freight, for example, having basically unpalatably high costs. Well, this is what Tesla's saying as well, that there's always a sprint finish at the end of the quarter for Tesla. What they seem to be doing is saying, we're not prepared to pay what our carriers are asking us to pay. We need to fix this longer term. And you wonder how much that is an inflationary factor, right? I remember talking to you from the Port of LA, you know, a year ago, thinking, what's the read-through here from these freight costs through to inflation? Well, as we zero in, the freight costs are still high, John, is what I'm trying to say.
I can't believe that's already been a year. Ed, thank you. Ed Ludlow on a story for us all day on TV and on radio. Tesla down about 6%, the biggest one-day drop going back a week. The stock has been all over the place. We're down for 3 straight sessions on Tesla. Pictet's Luca Paolini expecting the S&P 500 to head towards 3,000. Says the following: global recession is inevitable. Inflation is always and everywhere a problem. US investors should diversify away from US stocks, start reallocating strategically into government bonds, especially in the US, as nominal GDP growth has peaked. Luca, awesome to catch up. Some big calls here. Let's start with the bond one. You're calling a peak in government bond yields. Why?
Yes, morning, Jonathan. I think the main reason, look, is that inflation has peaked in the US, growth is weaker, and I think the Federal Reserve is coming to the end, or quickly, I think, to this kind of monetary tightening. So I think you put everything together. The sentiment is very bearish on bonds. I think all the conditions are there for a peak in bond yield, especially in the US. I think much less so in the rest of the world, especially in Europe.
Luca, specifically in the US, is that right the way through the curve, 2s out to 10s, or is it a particular part of the curve where you have a little bit more conviction on?
Look, we think that bond yields have peaked. I think the 2 years are probably peaking right now as well. So no, I think it's a general kind of decline in bond yields that we see across the curve. And I have to say that we need to see a steeper yield curve to get more optimistic about the markets in general.
Luca, the 10-year, the peak in that, is that dependent on what this Fed does or does not do? Or is this just a world where you think this bond market, particularly the long bond, starts behaving like a long bond typically does, going into a recession?
Well, look, I think the situation, is pretty clear. You have a peak in nominal GDP growth, and bond yields always follow that. I think the question is if the Fed is going to tighten much more than they should. I think the jury is still out on this. But I do believe that the Fed will look at the growth numbers, and I think you're going to hike a couple of times more. But markets always anticipate the next move. And the next move, I think, is going to be for the Fed to sound a little bit less hawkish. And this should really give a lot of, I think, a boost to bond markets in general.
And Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley talked about what that might mean for the equity market. This is what he had to say. The moment the Fed decides to put out the fire, stocks and other risk assets are likely to rally sharply. Trying to play that for more than a tradable bounce is a bad idea, in our view, because we still have to deal with the oncoming earnings recession. How bad do you think these earnings are going to be, Luca? And do you think what's happened with FedEx, what's happened with Nike, the reports on Apple, are a decent indicator of what you can expect through the next few months?
Well, look, I think, as always, earnings will probably surprise on the upside. But the reality is that we need to look at the guidance. And I think what I want to see is what companies are planning to do, especially in terms of investment plans. We tend to focus a lot on consumers. Are the consumers spending, yes or no? I think we have really to look at what their plans are in terms of investment. And that I'm really worried because earnings are falling. I think obviously confidence is down, and it's difficult to see any reason why there should be an expansion in investment spending. And if there is no expansion in investment spending, you have a recession. And I think so there is more downside on earnings in the coming quarters. But I have to say that what I'm going to look at is the guidance, not so much at the earnings per share, which I think they're going to be very weak, but they're not going to drive markets down.
Luca, in your latest note, you wrote down the preconditions for adding to equity exposure. Could you share that with us? What are the preconditions, the list of things you're waiting for to add to equity exposure?
Well, the first is to have earnings kind of expectation, at least in line with trend. If you look at the US, we are still 15% above trend, and we are just pretty much entering a recession. That's clearly not sustainable. The second thing that I want to look is a peak in short-term interest rates or a steeper yield curve. And then ideally, I would like to see more attractive valuation, which is not necessarily what you want to have because it means that the market should fall a little bit more. But definitely a steeper yield curve and a trough also in earning revisions as well. And we have seen a lot of negative news on revisions. So I think this is the preconditions that I want to see before turning more optimistic on stocks.
Luca, we went through that opening quote of yours and we picked out the peak in nominal GDP, picked out the move into government bonds. Let's pick out that final piece of it. The US investors should diversify away from US stocks. Luca, to where and why away from the US?
Look, John, it's not going to be easy. When we have a global recession and markets down, there are not many places where you can hide. I think I can mention one, though, Japan. Japan, you have an economy that is actually growing, interesting enough. There is no risk of inflation. Monetary policy is supportive, and you still have decent valuation, and obviously the cheap currency as well. So if I have to mention one now, probably the Japanese equity market is the most attractive for US investors.
Luca, are you comfortable with that over a long time horizon? What is the time horizon for that investment?
We're talking about 6 months to 12 months. I think if you go over that, I think the attraction, I think, of the U.S. market is probably more significant. But over the next 6 to 12 months, I think for the U.S. it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for Europe, and you have to look at Asia, especially Japan.
Luca Paolini of Pictet. Luca, fantastic to catch up, sir, as always. The S&P 500 up by around about 0.6%. Talked about this energy move in the commodity market rallying off the back of this story around OPEC+. Energy names on the S&P right now up 3.98%, up almost 4%. That's a big story for us this morning. Coming up, Europe's energy crisis continuing to escalate.
We're at a very challenging moment, no? Because the war is entering a new phase, or so it seems. We also see that Nord Stream supply was cut 1st of September.
We'll get the latest on Europe and the latest on OPEC+ on a conversation about output cuts next.
This is Bloomberg's The Open. I'm Lisa Mateo, live in the principal room. Coming up, Bob Dole, Crossmark Global Investments CIO. That conversation at 3:30 p.m. in New York, 8:30 p.m. in London. This is Bloomberg.
We're at a very challenging moment, no? Because the war is entering a new phase, or so it seems. We also see that Nord Stream supply was cut 1st of September. The positive element here is that prices are not continuing to escalate as they did in past months when Putin was using the energy blackmail.
Brilliant conversation there with Spain's Deputy Prime Minister Nadia Calvino speaking to Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo. Got some breaking news here stateside. Let's get to it. Here's Mike McKee.
Well, John, the Fed is trying to slow growth, but the first indicator of the month of October suggests there's still strength in manufacturing. The S&P Global PMI for manufacturing in the U.S. is at 52. That's up from 51.8 the prior month. The forecast was for no change, so a little bit stronger on the manufacturing side than we had anticipated. ISM manufacturing comes out at 10 o'clock, top of the hour, and that is also expected to register 52, which would be a decline in that index. We'll see. The world is struggling right now with manufacturing outside of the United States. We're pretty much the only country showing expansion. You look at the global slowdown in Europe today, all of the countries reporting in the 40s. Italy had a slight rise, but still below the 50 mark. And so we're looking at numbers that are just telling us recession is pretty much here on the European manufacturing side.
Mike McKee, what do you learn from the regional Fed indicators at the same time?
Well, the regional Feds have been telling different stories depending on what region you're in, but they have all kind of at least regrouped, I guess was the way you'd put it. They're not all falling anymore. They're not rising hugely, but it does show there's still some strength in manufacturing in these regional indexes, and it suggests that the Fed's work is not done on that side. We've been expecting manufacturing to slow in favor of services, but so far, manufacturing hangs in.
Mike McKee, thank you. Looking forward to the breakdown of the data in around about 13 minutes' time. Mike McKee and the team breaking down ISM in around about 13 minutes. Looking forward to that. Yields much lower this morning. We're down 15 basis points on a 10-year to 368. At the front end on twos, we're down about 15 basis points to 4.126%. In the equity market, a rally up by more than 1%. Leading the way, energy stocks up by 4.6. Energy in the commodity market running hard. OPEC Plus considering an output cut by more than 1 million barrels, the first of that size in more than 2 years. Energy Aspects and Rita Sen saying the following: OPEC Plus are very focused on stronger US interest rates and its impact on emerging market demand. Hence, they want to preempt any possible surpluses in the global market. Team coverage starts right now with Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo in Luxembourg alongside Will Kennedy in London. Will, first to you. Were you and the team surprised by this one from OPEC Plus and the team?
I think we were surprised that they suddenly switched it to an in-person meeting, which suggests that they're going to take significant policy action. And of course, a cut by 1 million barrels a day or more would be a significant policy action. But I think OPEC has been headed in this direction for a little while. They are clearly, as Van Meter said, concerned about the slowdown in the economy. They're concerned about the weakness in China's economy. And they felt that they needed to act and act soon before the market got away from them. So to an extent, but I think that the momentum to some sort of cut has been building.
Well, we're having the bets waged right now, whether this one goes on for 12 or 13 minutes or longer or shorter, in person in Vienna. Is this going to be a long meeting?
I think it will be longer than the 12 to 13 minute meetings that we've been used to because, you know, they've all travelled a long way to get there apart from anything else. But clearly it's an important moment in OPEC that they're getting back together in person after 2 years. I think that a lot of ministers are keen to do that, to reconnect with their colleagues, to sit down and have one-to-one bilaterals. They haven't done this for more than 2 years. So I think we can expect a slightly longer meeting. And if they are going to discuss things other than production levels, perhaps they're going to discuss how the agreement works into next year, what people's baseline quotas are, that kind of thing, then yes, it may take a little longer. We'll see.
It's probably not what energy ministers across Europe would like to hear. Maria Tadeo, what's the latest where you are?
Listen, they have to deal with a lot here. They have to deal with an escalation in the actual war in Ukraine. They have to deal with the energy war, double-digit inflation, and of course calls now for a recession. So it is a lot. And then on top of that, Jonathan, and I really want to stress is a number of countries also taken aback by the mega package that was announced last week by Germany, 200 billion euros. Of course, there is, to put it diplomatically, some questions around whether or not this is a problem for the level playing field in Europe. Remember, not everyone has the fiscal capacity to deal with a crisis of this magnitude that Germany has. And to me, what this says, and this is a takeaway that I take from this, is that the countries that are pushing for this price cap on gas will now double down on this, saying, okay, you do your 200 billion euros, but then we need to cap gas prices. It's the only way everyone gets a fair deal. So this story is far from dead.
Maria, just pick up on something you said. How united are the Europeans still on this issue?
Look, the statement du jour here is that you need to stay united and show solidarity. And so far, the European Union, as you know, has approved every sanctions package unanimously. It's the only way this can get done. But there are a number of countries that behind the scenes here will tell you they were taken aback by the lack of communication from Germany. The fact that they announced a huge package, 200 billion euros, that is very difficult to match for another number of countries. And they now want to show or see from Berlin what is the political direction in the next few months. So there is a lot of pressure on the Germans to not change course, but explain themselves.
Maria Tadeo, Will Kennedy, to the two of you, thank you. Appreciate your time, as always, on the commodity market and beyond. Brent crude up by 4.93% on Brent to 89.40, on WTI up by almost 6% this morning, up by 5.9% to 84.17. So we get you some sector price action. Let's do that with Katie Greifeld. Hey, Katie.
Hey, John. Well, if you look at the sector level, you're looking at a big, broad rally. I see about 10 of 11 sectors higher today, with energy leading the way. That's, of course, in anticipation of that potential OPEC plus cut. Consumer discretionary is your sole laggard, as you can see there. That is mostly Tesla's fault. That's the biggest percent and points loser in that sector. And if we focus on autos and on oil specifically, of course, Tesla missed on those delivery forecasts. It's dragging down the likes of Rivian. It's dragging down the likes of Lucid. That is bringing down an index of U.S. automobile makers. Though you did have the likes of GM turning positive. Oil, meanwhile, while America's oil and gas, it's the U.S. shale producers that are actually up a bit more than the larger multinational rivals on that potential cut. But all oil today really just screaming higher, John.
Crude getting a nice rally. Katie, thank you. Up by 5.8% on WTI, up by 4.9% on Brent. Energy equities up by 4.2% on the S&P 500. On the S&P on the benchmark, We travel higher, pushing higher by a little more than 1 full percentage point. Up next on the program, the trading diary from New York City. This is Bloomberg. Equities rallying this morning, 25 minutes in. Good morning to you. State of play looks like this on the S&P, advancing by 1 full percentage point. On the Nasdaq 100, up by 0.7%. Within the S&P, the sector breakdown of the rally this morning, leading the way, the energy names off the back of the rally in the commodity market, with crude popping higher off the back of the conversation about OPEC plus cuts to output, supporting crude, supporting the energy stocks this morning too. Yields are lower, I would say aggressively so. 2s, 10s and 30s. This market's all over the place. We're down 14 basis points on a 2-year. Your yield there 413.82 on a 10-year. Down about 12 basis points to 370. Through 4% last week briefly. And I think we closed last week for another weekly gain in yields for a 9th consecutive week. Will we get some kind of sustainable retreat through this week so far? On a session, we're down by 12 basis points to 370. A little bit more economic data around the corner. That's the price action. Let's get to your trading diary. On that economic data, you'll get the ISM manufacturing numbers at the top of the hour. President Biden speaking at 2:45 this afternoon. Then a busy stretch of Fed speak. New York Fed President John Williams kicking things off at 3 p.m. Eastern. Mestre and Daly headlining Tuesday, followed by Bostic on Wednesday. OPEC Plus meeting in Vienna on Wednesday. And finally, looking ahead to the main event, the U.S. payrolls report coming up on Friday from New York City. Thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was the countdown to the open. This is Bloomberg.
Audio Jungle.
Hi, I'm Ashley Schubert, wife, mom of 5, realtor, real estate brokerage owner, entrepreneur, and lover of Jesus, cookies, my cows, and the great outdoors. Welcome to my crazy ranch. Welcome. Business and Babies is a podcast for women who are looking to live their best, most fulfilled lives. It's for those who want to thrive in all areas. We will talk to moms and yes, even dads who are raising their businesses and their babies simultaneously and doing it well. There will be plenty of faith-filled inspiration and laughter here. So cozy up, start your daily walk outside, or work on that sink full of dishes. And welcome to the Business and Babies podcast. Hey everybody, I'm joined here today with my good friend Casey Kinney. Casey has been on the podcast before, but this time it's going to be a little different because in the past we've talked more about being a realtor and being a team leader and just more of running a business and raising babies. But this time we're going to dive into birth. We're going to dive into one of our favorite topics because we both love talking about birth. She's had 3 natural births, but they've all been unique as birth is. And so I invited her here to share her stories and entertain us with what she has been through because each birth is so unique and special. So Casey, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome back to the podcast.
Round 2.
So I'd love for you just to share your birth experiences with all 3 of your children. Take us back because your first one was 10 years ago.
Yes.
So I'd love for you just to share each journey, but then also just kind of like how they've been different, how they've been unique.
Yes. I think I was reflecting back this morning on the 3 births and they were all so different. Mm-hmm. And I think with my first, I did Bradley method.
Yes, which I did too, which we're so similar. It's
I know.
hilarious.
It's weird.
And Bradley method is basically husband coach childbirth.
That's right.
Is it a 13-week course?
Yes. Well, 12 weeks.
12 weeks.
And I just got certified to teach.
I knew you did.
Bradley in February of 2020.
Yes.
So that was not conducive to gathering, and I just have not picked it back up.
Okay.
So I am certified now to teach. Have I ever taught? No.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll pick that back up again.
Yeah.
So my first birth, we went into it. I had watched The Business of Being Born.
And I still have not watched it.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, it's like the unmedicated birth, like gateway drug.
Okay.
So you watch The Business of Being Born and you like, okay, I think I'm going to do this, no medication. And I do think there is every birth is natural. But an unmedicated birth is its own special crazy version of crazy.
Yeah.
So like all births natural, C-section, any birth is natural, but this is like a person who chooses to not medicate at all for birth.
Mm-hmm.
Which they're crazy, first of all.
Well, and
y'all are crazy.
Y'all are crazy. I mean, women have been doing it unmedicated for years and years before we had medicine.
Yes.
But now it's very common to
Yes.
use medicine because we can.
Yes, absolutely. And I think every woman has their own convictions on what kind of birth they want to have. And my only thing that I tell people is that know what options you have.
Totally.
And if you go into it and you don't know any options, research it.
Yes.
It's a big medical event that you're experiencing and you should know how to advocate for yourself.
Yes.
That's my biggest thing. So for my first, we did 12 weeks of Bradley method and decided we want to do unmedicated birth with her. And we had a beautiful experience with that. My labor started at 40 weeks and 2 days gestation, and I woke up early in the morning with contractions.
It's like it's just a perfect little
It's weird
story.
All
like
three of my births followed the same timeline.
Funny.
Started very early in the morning and delivered in the evening.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was able to get a full night of sleep.
Yeah.
On all three of my births the night before, which, as you know, going into it, if you're spending the night, I mean, if you're awake all night,
right,
you're exhausted.
Totally.
So woke up, was having contractions pretty steadily, went on a walk, took a bath, called my doula and said, I think this is happening. We ended up going into the hospital at like, I want to say 10 in the morning and labored throughout the day, in and out of the tub.
What were you dilated to when you got there?
When I got there, I was dilated to a 5 to 6.
Okay, that's decent. I mean, you were in active labor.
I was in active labor, yes. And I wasn't, the big rule that my doula said was to, when you can't pose for a picture anymore, go to the hospital.
Okay.
So I was like, okay.
That's pretty intense because I'm pretty okay till I get to a 7.
Well, yeah, some people could be in transition before they could. And by that time, you're like, you got to go.
That's too late.
You got to go. It depends on how well you handle contractions.
Yeah.
So we got into the hospital. We went through triage, checked in, started to labor there, walked the halls, did all the things. When I got into transition, I was in the tub and I was laying there. And during contractions, I would close my eyes and breathe and literally did not take in anything around me. Eyes closed. And then on one contraction at the very, very end of it, I felt a little push. I was like, what was that? And it was the very end. And so I did another contraction in the tub. And about halfway through that contraction, my body starts to push.
Okay.
And I turned to my doula. I was like, my body's pushing. And she's like, we got to get you out of this tub right now because they wouldn't let you birth in the tub.
That's right.
So we got out of the tub. And this was my most normal delivery.
And your first.
Of the 3.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize until the other 2 were not as normal. I only pushed during contractions and I had little to no pain between.
Wow.
And so my body would push involuntarily during my contraction. And then when my contraction was over, I was able to talk and smile and communicate. I know. Which I was like, oh, this is great.
You're right.
Wait for my second. labor. So I ended up pushing for about 45 minutes.
It's not bad with your first.
No, not at all. And I was able to really, I took it all in. I really did. I did not feel panicked. I did not feel stressed. Obviously, it was painful at parts during pushing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until after that delivery that things got a little crazy, because once she was born, she came out. She actually was born with her hand up by her head. And so I ended up having a cervical tear. So they had to go in and stitch that. It was not able to heal on its own. So I had to be stitched. I had a 2nd degree tear on the outside, and then on the inside, my cervix had torn. So I experienced a lot of bleeding with that one, and they ended up having to give a lot of Patterson to me to stop my bleeding. So I had no Patterson or anything up until after delivery.
Did you have an IV during labor? Did you have a
hep lock?
Yes. So you didn't have a cord connected?
No.
So it was already in there.
Right. And we were at OU, so they're pretty naturally minded, I think, of all the hospitals.
That's where I had my first 2 also.
We probably were there the same day.
Probably. We were really close.
I know, we were.
A month apart.
So had to have an intervention after that, which was really scary for Caleb, my husband. We weren't prepared for any type of intervention afterwards, and that was a little scary. And fun fact, they did say that they were prepared for excess bleeding because they said redheads tend to hemorrhage more than other.
I've heard redheads bleed worse and feel pain worse.
Yes. So that was true for me on that one. And my recovery was very much more difficult looking back. And I think it was because I lost so much blood. If you look at my photos, my face was like so pale and white. We had to turn most of my birth photos black and white because I looked.
Did your body go into shock too?
I think so. Yeah. I really do. She goes, we probably could have given you a blood transfusion.
Oh my gosh.
And you would have felt a lot better.
Wow.
So looking back, I was really borderline, but I remember feeling so drained, and I think that's why.
Yeah.
But the delivery went well. The baby was healthy. It was just the afterwards that was it was a little scary.
Yes.
So, and I was glad I did it. You know, you never feel more proud of yourself. You look back and you're like, wow, that was really hard and I did it.
A birth is an amazing thing, and that God made us to do that. It really is amazing when you think about it.
Yeah.
And you feel so empowered. I always feel so empowered after birth.
It's such a cool thing to see what your body does. And I think for that one, having my body naturally push.
Yeah.
When all you see on TV or anything like that is being coached to push.
Right.
That when you do experience an unmedicated birth, you feel when your body is ready to push.
Which is probably how animals are. I mean, honestly, I've watched my cows and goats and stuff deliver, and nobody's telling them when to push. Their body just does it.
Your body will do it.
That always has given me comfort, sadly. It's like cows do it, animals do it, it's natural. It just gives me some comfort knowing that.
Maybe you can have this baby in your pasture.
That's one thing. I haven't had a desire personally to do a home birth.
Yeah.
I think you've had the desire.
Yes. My husband shut me down.
Yes. Yep. And that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Mine would be open to it if I was, but I don't have that desire.
Yeah.
I would rather be in a hospital.
Yes.
But I want to be with a doctor who allows me to make my own choices. And that's always been super important to me.
Totally.
So, yes. And you did placenta encapsulation.
I did. I had not a lot of money at that time in my life. I encapsulated my own placenta.
That's an amazing thing in and of itself.
I Googled it. How to do it. It really disturbed my dad. He was like, what are you doing? He said, that's cannibalistic. I was like, Dad, it makes, if you read the research behind it, there's a lot of supporting evidence on having it for postpartum. So we took it home. We got a food dehydrator.
When you say we,
me and my mom.
You and your mom. Your mom, bless her.
Traumatized. Both of us. I just remember holding a placenta over my kitchen sink, washing it. And first of all, A placenta is really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's amazing that your body can actually grow an organ.
And that's true. And then just dispose of it.
And just be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Be done with it. Blows my mind.
It is amazing.
And when you think about all of the iron and nutrients and stuff that you lose when you lose the placenta, to think about resupplementing that back into your body, it makes sense.
It does make sense.
So I did that, and we dehydrated it.
Wow.
Ground it up.
Wow.
I still have a pill, a encapsulator.
Okay.
Did it myself. The other two, I had enough money that I could pay someone to do it.
And it's not expensive to do, to pay someone.
No.
But props to you for doing it yourself the first time. You got to do what you got to do. You were dedicated.
I was dedicated. I don't know why, but I did.
I'm doing it for the first time this time, but I did hire someone to do it for me. But I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it really helped a ton.
I always look at mine because they always ask you, do you want to see it? And I always say yes. And I'm always like, that's amazing. And then they dispose of it.
Tree of Life, you should get the placenta and make a print and put it up in this office. Bricks and branches.
That would be traumatizing.
That's the branches of your tree of life.
That is the tree of life.
Full circle.
That is so funny.
It does look like a tree when you...
Yeah, I've seen the print.
When you print it. I know. No one would know.
No, and they ask, and then just say you don't want to know.
And then all your agents have left, and they're like, oh, what's happened to it actually?
It's a little too natural.
She brought her placenta to the office.
Oh my gosh. If you're enjoying this podcast, I think you would love my book, Raising a Business and Babies. You can find it on Amazon. Raising a Business and Babies is a Christian woman's guide to flourishing at work and at home. This is my first book and it's the most popular. I hope you love it. Find Raising a Business and Babies on Amazon today. Okay, so let's move on to your second birth.
All right, my second birth was a little more chaotic. This is actually the best story.
Okay.
So a little backstory on the second birth. This is my son, Wallace. So my first is my daughter, Rosalind. She's 10 now. So Wallace, we did something called, well, let's go back. So we found out we were pregnant around the same time that Caleb, my husband's brother, found out that they were pregnant as well. They'd been trying for years.
Oh, okay.
They got pregnant.
Okay.
And it was a real miracle. And then we found out that we were pregnant at the same time. Our due dates were 2 weeks apart.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I've seen the cousins' pictures.
Yeah. Our due dates were 2 weeks apart. So they were due at the end of July 2016. And we were due August 9th or 10th, 2016. Mm-hmm. So it comes down to it, and I'm fully prepared to go late.
Yeah.
And let's not say late, let's say past 40 weeks.
Right, that's right.
We all know it's all relative.
That's right.
So it's August 3rd. I go to dinner, and they're 10 days past their due date.
Oh, they are? Okay.
At this time.
Oh.
Okay. So they're way overdue. And we don't want to say overdue. Let's just not. They're past their due date.
I've been 10 days over and I know how that feels.
It's terrible. I mean, every single day you wake up and you're like, is today the day?
Oh, yeah. And people ask you, when are you due? And you say 10 days ago.
And they're like, oh my, call an ambulance.
Yes.
So Heather, my sister-in-law, was planning an unmedicated birth as well. And she had gone through... I don't know if she went through Bradley. I think she did go through Bradley on that one. Her first birth was twins. So she had a C-section with them.
Okay.
The second birth was her first single baby.
A VBAC.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So we went to dinner that night and still Nate and Heather, they're on baby watch.
Yeah.
And we're all freaking out because they weren't going to tell anybody until the baby was born. So at dinner, I said, we should drive by Nate and Heather's house to see if her mom is there. Her mom's car's there. Because if her mom's car's there, maybe it's baby time.
That's funny.
So, creeper, we drove by and nobody's car was there. So we were like, man, but Caleb talks to his brother like 5 times a day. They talk more than that. They talk like 10 times a day.
That's a lot.
They talk all day long. Well, nobody had heard from Nate or Heather this day.
Interesting.
So we were like, it's got to be. It's got to be time. But then no one's car was at their house. We're like, maybe they're busy. We don't know. So fast forward to 4 a.m. I wake up with a very strong contraction. And well, let's go back to going home. I went home, took a bath, noticed I was feeling crampy. I was just in a bad mood. I was like, I'm going to go to bed. Rosalind was 4 at the time. She was stalling bedtime. She wanted me to say goodnight, lay by her, you know, all the things, which I didn't, which I felt really bad about later. So woke up, I was having strong enough contractions where I was like, whoa. And I was not ready to deliver that baby. I was 5 days before my due date.
5 days before. Okay.
So
it's funny because my second was 5 days early.
Same
that
person.
was my only one that was early.
Same person. Yep. Anyway, we decided to call Caleb's mom to come over and sit with Rosalind. And so we called her and we went to the hospital about 5 a.m. Okay. So we pull into OU Children's and guess whose car's in the parking lot?
You saw their car.
Their car's in the parking lot. So we were like, we knew it.
That's awesome.
They're in labor. And went up to triage. Checked in. They said, what's your last name? We said, Kenny. And the nurse looks up, looks down, looks up, and Caleb goes, my brother's here, isn't he? And the nurse, they can't say.
No. Like HIPAA.
Yeah. You know, they cannot say. So the nurse is like, okay. And Caleb's like, my brother's here, isn't he? So we realized at that time why we couldn't get a hold of our birth photographer, Brittany, because she was there with Nate and Heather with their birth.
Wow.
Same with my doctor.
Oh, you had the same doctor.
Same doctor. So we found out that they had been there all night long since yesterday, since the day before afternoon. She had been pushing for hours. And she ended up having to go for a C-section, unplanned C-section early that morning, about 7 a.m. Okay. So we were there and I showed up in active labor. When I found out that they were having to intervene in that way, I ended up having a C-section, which she didn't plan for, nor did she want. The baby's position was just not conducive to a vaginal birth. My labor completely stalled.
Oh my goodness.
Which is one miracle of birth. You always hear like moms will get up, make their kids breakfast, get their kids to school, and then like come home and get to work, having a baby.
It's like the mindset, or it's like our body just knows.
Yes, your brain, your body. When your body does not feel safe, to birth, it won't.
That's so interesting because my doctor told me last time, because I always have my babies in the spring, or last time was June, and I'm so busy at work.
Just like the cattle.
Oh, so I'm glad to have a fall baby this time. So last time I was like, why can I not go into labor? I was already late. And she's like, how much do you have on your to-do list? And I'm like, well, I still have 5 closings to finish or whatever. She's like, that's why your body won't go into labor, because your mind's not allowing it to. She's like, you need to either check these things off, or you need to like give them away and get it out of your mind, or your body's not going to release to do that.
Yes.
And so like, I am a believer in that.
It's so true. I could not believe it. I went from contractions 4 to 5 minutes apart for a minute, intense. And when I got there, I was dilated to 5 or 6 again. Went from having contractions to every 10 to 12 minutes.
Oh gosh.
And they were 30 seconds long.
Just because you were worried about your sister-in-law.
Yeah. I mean, we were really worried.
Yeah.
And we were able to go in and meet the baby, which they had kept the gender a surprise as well. So we were able, and they didn't know we were there because she had gone in for a C-section. So we got to go meet the baby, find out it was a girl first. And that was just a really special thing, which I cherished that memory. And I remember crying when I found out that she wasn't going to be able to have the birth that she wanted.
Yeah.
And I just think that my brain was like, you're not going to,
right.
It's not time yet. So I ended up having to pump to get my contractions started again.
Yes.
I ended up having to take a lot of I had to do the mile circuit, and which is like a certain way to move.
I forgot about that. I did that one time too.
The peanut ball. I had to do all of the positions, which our birth photographer / coach / doula had us do.
Okay.
To get contractions going again.
Yeah.
That didn't happen until 5 or 6 o'clock.
Oh, like 12 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at one point, our doctor came in. She said, I've been up for 36 hours with your sister-in-law.
Oh.
I'm going to go home. I said, okay, you go home. Bye, I'll do this on my own.
Gosh.
So she left. So we have no doctor.
And you're in active labor, so it's like you don't feel safe going home. I
wanted to go home. I said, may I please go home? She goes, you could, but you're going to be back in like 5 or 6 hours. Do you want to go through triage again?
Right.
And that was what I was like, fine, I'll stay.
Yeah.
I'll stay and have this baby today. So I knew I didn't want to be in labor for a million years. So I was pumping. I was still checking my work emails because I had not intended to have that baby, quote unquote, early.
And you weren't in serious labor again yet.
Yeah.
You were just like,
let's go home.
Yeah.
We'll try again tomorrow.
My first was a lot like this. So I remember all this.
Stop and go. Stop and go. Finally, I got to a place where my contractions intensified. And I was sitting on the bed and I had them sit me up straight and drop the feet. So I was almost in a seated position on the bed. So the back was all the way up and the feet were all the way down.
Oh, you were just sitting.
I was sitting. Yeah. So I roll over, the hospital cart, the dinner cart tray.
Yeah.
So I'm leaning over the tray. I have a pillow. I'm just leaning over. And I remember instinctively, I knew my hips were not positioned correctly. And I knew that if I tilted my hips forward, that the baby would come down. I can't tell you how I knew this. I had no scientific knowledge of it. I just remember at one contraction, my body's like, your hips need to go forward.
Wow.
So it's like if you're sitting and your tailbone's tucked, well, my tailbone needed to go out.
Yeah.
My hips needed to tilt forward.
Yeah.
So one contraction, I go, okay, my next contraction, I'm going to tilt my hips forward. So I tilt my hips forward. No doctors in the room. No nurses are in the room. Well, it's only my birth team. My best friend, Chris, Caleb's cousin, Kylie, my best friend, Brittany, and Caleb.
Oh, you have 4?
Yeah.
3 in the room?
Three of my girls and Caleb.
Okay.
And me.
4.
Yeah.
People and you.
Yeah. Brittany was taking video. Chris was taking photo. They're my best friends, but they're both videographer and photographers. Amazing. And then Kylie, she's my girl. So anyways, I do that. And all of a sudden, I feel the biggest pressure. Like I'm birthing a bowling ball.
Wow.
Okay? One contraction later, I just position my body correctly to get the baby down. And I reach down because of this pressure I'm feeling. And I have a head about halfway out of me.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Just from tilting your hips.
And I had been having the most difficult contractions up to that point. I could tell that they were needing to do something, but that they weren't doing what they needed to do.
Yeah.
So simply like changing my position got the baby's head down.
Your body just knew what to do.
Yeah. And I remember reaching down, and it was probably a baseball size baby's head.
Yeah.
And I feel it. And I just yell, there's a head, a head. So my friend Chris pulls the covers down. And sure enough, there's a baby's head
and
halfway out of me.
Your doctor had gone home.
Nobody's there. So whomever delivered me, I don't know who delivered me to this day.
Yeah.
I think it was a resident.
Yeah.
Maybe. terrifying.
Yeah.
First of all, within the next push, his head was born.
Oh my goodness.
And the next push after that, his body was born.
Wow.
So I went from not pushing at all to heads halfway out, heads all the way out, bodies all the way out. That was chaotic. I didn't like that so much because it felt very out of control.
Yeah, totally.
Very out of control. A little scary.
I think it shows like why so many cultures birth like in the squatting position or standing position because the gravity of that.
Yeah.
Just like you tilting your hips like that.
Truly. And your body will know instinctively what to do in a lot of cases. Even when your mind does not know what to do. So he was born. I felt so much better after that birth because I didn't lose blood.
Right.
Which we were scared about too. We were like, is it going to happen again? So they were prepared for it.
But you didn't tear this time.
I did tear. I tore all 3 times.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'd have stitches all 3 times.
Oh, okay.
2nd-degree tears. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I know. Stitches every time. So that recovery was just like the one before, but I felt better because I didn't lose all the blood.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and then we got to go see his cousin, Esther.
So they have the same birthday.
So yes, Wallace and Esther, we call them the twin cousins, got to meet in the hospital.
That's so cool.
And we got to wheel them across the hall to visit one another.
That's so cool.
And that was really special.
Yeah.
And Caleb's parents were just over the moon.
Oh, that's cool.
They got 2 grandbabies on the same day. Really special. And what was cool was that Heather didn't know what she was having. Boy or girl. So she brought a boy going home outfit and a girl going home outfit.
Right.
And they were both like kicky.
And you knew you were having a boy and
I
you
knew,
announced it.
So we stole Heather's boy outfit.
Oh, okay.
And we got to dress up. That they got to be dressed coordinating because their boy girl outfits were similar.
Okay.
And they were so cute.
That's really cool.
So sweet. So they've grown up together as cousin twins.
That's so fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Love it. Love it.
Okay.
Hey, if you're enjoying this podcast, just a reminder to leave a review on iTunes. So if you'll search for Business and Babies, leave a review on iTunes. It really helps other women find it and enjoy it just like you. Thank you so much for your reviews. It means the world to me. And hey, I may be reading your review in a future podcast.
The third was the most chaotic of all.
Okay.
It was 2019. We had gone through, well, I forgot to mention we did hypnobirthing.
Oh, okay. I don't think I knew that.
It's more, I would say more visualization. They don't describe contractions as contractions. They describe them as surges. So they've changed a lot of the words that are kind of associated with pain. For different words.
Okay.
Which has helped a lot of women not be so scared of the pain of childbirth. That method, I think, was less effective for me than Bradley because it doesn't really give the husband as much of a role. It's more mom mindset. Yeah, exactly.
Mindset for the mom.
So for us, Bradley was great because it gave Caleb more of a role in the delivery room, which Caleb was a great coach every birth. He was right beside me the entire time, encouraging me. He was a great birth partner. Could not have done it without him. The third one was similar in timeline. I was 39 weeks and I went to my 39-week appointment. And the doctor said, you're dilated to a 5 or 6. You're not going to make it through the weekend.
Isn't that amazing?
Love and hate, because by the time Monday rolled around and I didn't have a baby.
You were already a 5 or 6 before the weekend.
My midwife called me a silent dilator.
Yeah.
She's like, your body's made to have babies.
Yeah.
So
my last one, I was dilated to almost a 5 when I went to my 40-week and 4-day checkup. So, and I wasn't feeling anything.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're the same in that.
Just goes to show you could be dilated to nothing.
Right.
Or a 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And
But I loved that because I'm like, hey, I'm halfway there. Let's go.
Halfway there. So when I got to the hospital, or no, let's rewind. It was my due date. And I had been stressing out for a week because my doctor, whom I trusted, was like, you're not going to make it. So that last week, I wish she wouldn't have said anything.
Right.
Because I got so impatient. We went to my 40-week checkup. She stripped my membranes.
Okay.
And it was painful.
Yes, I've still never had that done, but I've heard it's painful.
It wasn't with my first two. When I've had it done. I've had it done with my first two. I've had it done with all three.
Okay.
With my third, it was pretty painful.
Okay.
We went to Jersey Mike's afterwards. We're sitting there.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember all. This is vivid detail. We were sitting there, and I'm having contractions. And it's 11 a.m. Right after.
Okay.
And I'm like, and this is my first time that my body hasn't started labor early in the morning.
Okay.
So I'm experiencing these contractions, and they're not dying down. So Caleb, for some reason, had to get wasp spray on this day. It's funny, there's a wasp in this room. It's like symbolism. He was like, I gotta get wasp spray. I'm like, of all things, today. I'm pretty sure I'm in labor, but let's go get you your wasp spray. So we go across the street to Lowe's. I'm like, I'm not going in. Like, I might have a baby here. So I'm sitting in the car, and I'm like, by myself. And I'm like, I think I'm in labor. I really do.
Right after she did that.
Yeah.
Like that's what your body needed.
I think that sent me straight into labor. So I call Caleb.
No wonder it hurt.
Yeah. I call Caleb. He's in Lowe's.
Oh,
and
gosh.
I said, I think I'm in labor. Like, you gotta get out here. So it's Friday night. It's the first football game of the season.
Oh.
My husband's a high school football coach. And he's like, you think we're not gonna make it to the game? I don't know. So we go home. We call the parents. Kids are in school, I'm pretty sure. I don't know where the kids were. I can't remember. And packed our bag. And we headed to the hospital about 2:00 in the afternoon because we think this is it. We get to the hospital. They say, all of our labor rooms are full. We're full. Where am I going to have this baby? In triage. So I'm laying in triage, experiencing really intense contractions.
Yeah.
With no room to go to. And I tell, again, my body's like, nope, we're not going to have this baby until we get into a room. So my contractions slowed yet again, until we could get into a room. Once we got into a room, I kind of got my stuff set up, my music set up, my oils, and we were able to kind of do labor there. And I hated that it slowed down. I really feel like
so frustrating.
If that stuff hadn't have happened, I would have had the baby so much sooner.
I had my second in triage just because they didn't have time to take me to a room.
Are you serious?
They had the little bitty tiny room, but I didn't
triage.
Yeah, because I didn't I got to triage and it was time to push. So I have done that.
Were you so scared, or were you just like, this is what I'm going to do?
I was just so ready, it was like, it was time.
Yeah.
It was time, and so it was just like, I didn't even think about it, I feel like. I was just like on that. I guess it was a bed, but it was just a tiny room.
Yeah. Oh. Well, did your doctor make it?
Nope.
No.
I was at OU at the time, and I had a midwife, and she did not make it. So there was a midwife on duty. I did not know her. I'd never met her, and she delivered him. But, when you go in and you're a 9.5, which I was, you're like, I don't care. Somebody come catch it.
You're so deep into it. You're like, I'm going to have the baby here in the hallway.
So.
And we did bath, we did walking, that was a really special time. My dad got to come back and kind of walk some halls with us, which was really special.
That is sweet.
We got to see the kids. Someone brought the kids to us to visit about 3:30
Okay.
in the afternoon. By the time they left and when they were in the room, my contractions were nothing as well.
It's like your body knew.
Yeah. Eventually I sent them out and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to have a baby. I'm
serious
gonna have to have
now.
a baby, guys. Like this is gonna have to happen.
Yeah.
And I started to I felt bad for the birth team too. I didn't want them to hang around. I know that they're probably not thinking that, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, you guys are here with a job to do.
Yeah.
We had our doula and our videographer there. So with that one, I had a really difficult pushing phase. This was the only birth that I begged for an epidural.
Okay.
I was there in transition. I'd been in and out of the tub. I made it back to the bed. I'm sitting in the bed. My contractions are on top of one another.
Yes.
I don't feel like I'm close to pushing yet.
Okay.
And I am in pain.
That is the hardest time.
That's why they call it transition. It's the shortest but most intense phase of labor. So I turned to my husband and I said, I want an epidural. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, whatever code word I needed to say, I'm saying it. With our first, the code word was macaroni.
Okay.
And the doula said, if you look at us and you say macaroni, it means divert from the plan or make it a new plan.
There you go.
So it was my macaroni moment and nobody listened to me.
Nobody was taking it seriously.
I sent my friend Brittany out. I said, Brittany, go find a nurse. I want my epidural right now. And she looks at me and I could tell she's like,
had you already had an IV? Like, did you already have fluids?
No.
So you couldn't have had one anyway.
Well, don't say that.
Okay.
Because in my mind, I was like, come pregnant already.
Because I've been there before.
Yeah, right?
And they're like, you haven't had any fluids. You have to have fluids for an hour before you can have one.
Is that true?
It's true. I mean,
okay.
Yeah,
It's all
so
said
you
and done
couldn't
now.
have had one anyway.
Great. So Brittany looks at me and it's almost like she's kind of looking at me side eye. She's like,
yeah, because you'd never had one.
Yeah, she's like,
Or asked for one.
I don't think you want this. So she leaves. And I think a nurse came in, was checking me. It was all a blur at this moment. And all of a sudden I get a contraction where my body starts to feel like I need to push. But still, I'm not accepting that's happening because I'm still thinking they went to get me an epidural.
Oh.
And I'm going to wait for that.
Okay.
And then I get mad at my husband. And I looked at him and he's just standing there helpless. And I said, you promised you'd help me.
Oh.
You promised. Which he says to this day is the meanest thing I've ever said to him. Because
he wanted to take care of you.
There's nothing he could do.
No.
You know? And my doctor comes in, she checks me. She says, there's a little lip of my cervix in the way.
I've heard that before.
She says, are you okay if I push it back during your next contraction to allow the baby's head to come down where it needs to go? And I said, no, ma'am. No. And she looks at me and she's like, okay. And so she goes, okay, would you, during your next contraction, give me a little push? Would you push a little bit? And I said, no, I won't. And by that time, my next contraction was starting.
Oh.
So I was like, okay, I'll just do it. I didn't tell anybody I was going to do it, but I pushed down a little bit. I pushed down a little bit because that's what she told me to do, even though I told her no. And
You're being so mean at this time.
I'm so mean. And finally, I did that. I did that little push, and I could feel the head come down where it needed to go.
Yeah.
With that push. And I just remember I had my worship playlist on, my birth playlist, which was worship music. And I have never had this moment in any of my deliveries. I had my eyes closed and I just had my hands raised in worship, but it wasn't like a beautiful worship moment. It was more of a desperation worship moment where I was like, God, I need your help.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
I was desperate. And so there's a really beautiful photo of me with my eyes closed, with my hands raised.
That's really cool.
It's beautiful. And yet I just remember on the inside, I was like, God, I need you right now.
Yes.
Because I can't do this on my own.
Yeah.
So that delivery started. I remember my doctor, Dr. Jones, was like, we can't go back now. Like, it's happening.
Yeah.
So by that time, I was like, okay, I'm not going to get the epidural.
Right. I got to feel the rest
so now
of
I have
this.
to birth this baby because he's like almost, the head's almost, right there crowning. So we did that. And finally he was born. I don't remember much of the pushing of that one.
It was just intense.
It was really intense.
Wow.
It was the most out of control I've felt during delivery.
Wow.
And you just have to remember, like, grand scheme, all three of these intense moments were less than 30 minutes of time.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you were in the depths of this for hours at a time.
Yeah.
It's minutes.
Yeah.
It's minutes, but it can feel like a long time.
Yeah.
So he was born pretty quickly after that. I did not push very long with him. He was my second shortest, Wallace being my very shortest, Roz being my longest pushing.
Yeah.
But with any of them, I never pushed more than 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So Rhodes was born, it was probably about 10 to 15 minutes of pushing with him.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
None. They didn't have a hard time.
And you toured with him too, though.
Toured with him too. Yeah, had to have 2 stitches with him. And that's the worst part too of, a lot of people don't know when they have to push on your stomach after birth.
Yeah.
That hurts.
It does hurt. And then when they have to come back in and push on you to check things.
Yeah.
It hurts.
That hurts. And when you have to have stitches down there.
Oh, see, I haven't had stitches, but I'm sure it does.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Because you don't have you're not numb.
Right.
So they have to shoot you up with lidocaine.
Yeah.
And you have to get a shot.
Down there. Yeah.
It hurts.
That does hurt.
So that was the last one. Had a happy experience. I told Caleb to never let me do it again.
Yeah.
Never let me do it again.
After that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm never doing this again. But then you look back 3 years later, and you're like, that was nice.
That is
so
birth
sweet.
amnesia.
Birth amnesia.
God gives us birth amnesia, or we would never do it again.
Truly.
Well, you had 3 beautiful experiences, such sweet stories, and all unique. That's what I love about birth, is it's unique. And I hope you guys will be Bradley coaches eventually again.
One day.
Because I think you'd be great at it.
I just think I want to empower women to have the birth that they want.
Yes.
Which is education based. And if you do all the education and you say, I want to go epidural route, I don't want to experience that intense pain, that's okay. It really is. Every birth is different and every woman's choice is different.
Yep.
My biggest wish is that women would advocate for themselves.
Yes.
And then also to avoid unnecessary interventions.
Yes.
That's my biggest thing.
That's why I'm calling this birthing segment intentional birthing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that there's one way that's necessarily better than another, but I just want women to be intentional, to make their own choices and to know that they have the choice on the kind of birth they want to have.
Yes.
And I want them to feel empowered to be educated before they go in, and then to make their own choices and find a doctor or a midwife that supports that.
Truly. And unmedicated birth is not for weird, crunchy women, which I think a lot of the birth community is. For some reason, I think there's a stigma behind it being weird in the medical field. I would say it's less common for a woman to say, I would like to do this with no medication.
Yeah, especially we're in the United States.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When in every other country in the world, it's like, great, let's do it. But in America, it's less normal. So I want to encourage and empower women, and especially spouses as well.
Yeah,
partners
totally.
in birth. That they need to also understand what's happening in the delivery room. They need to understand what phase we're in. And going from having a textbook birth with my first beyond the interventions afterwards, I was able to be like, okay, I think I know what phase I'm in now.
Right. And that's empowering.
Yeah. Or what if I'm shaking or if I feel nauseous or something like that. I'm like, okay, this means my body's probably in transition,
Right.
which is the shortest phase of labor.
Right.
And I should be in stage 3, which is pushing before I know it.
Yeah.
So that's encouraging to also know that you know what's happening with your body.
Happening.
Exactly.
Well, I think you and I are in the same mindset. So I hope this encourages women just to do the research, do the work, get the education behind what birth means, and make intentional choices for the birth you want. But then also to know that things happen at birth. Each birth's unique. And just be aware of what you are willing and not willing to do and accept.
100%.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. It makes me excited hearing your stories. A little bit scared because I remember all these things vividly, and it's like, oh gosh, I'm about to do this again. Why?
No choice. You got to do it again.
And that's what I think every time I go into labor. I'm like, well, no turning back now. And it's like, why did I do this again? This sucks. But yeah. One more. It's the last time.
Last rodeo.
So thanks for being with me, friend. I enjoyed it, and it was fun chatting.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Thanks for listening today. To connect with me further, you can find me on Instagram at Ashley Schubert Speaks or on Facebook. If you'd like to check out some of my books, you can find them on Amazon, including my most popular, Raising a Business and Babies, my devotional, 30 Days to Shine, or my newly released book, Overrated. I would love it if you would take just a minute and leave a review for this podcast. It would mean the world to me so that others just like you can find us and listen to some of these episodes that we're providing for you monthly. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
When it comes to fitness, what's real? How about a personalized plan and a coach that give you 360 support at every step? From fitness to nutrition to recovery. That's Anytime Fitness. That's Real AF. Visit AnytimeFitness.com.
The Triple B Podcast would like to invite you to come break bread with your brothers. If you like what you're hearing on the show, if you think we missed the mark, or if we got it all wrong, reach out to us on social media. We can be reached on Twitter at triple_B_pod or search Brothers Breaking Bread Podcast. We are the Brothers Breaking Bread on Facebook, and our email is brothersbreakingbreadpod@gmail.com. Further descriptions are in the show notes. Like, follow, friend, do all that good stuff. And please never forget to break bread with your brothers.
How y'all doing? We out here chilling in the spot. What up? How y'all doing? We out here chilling in the spot. What up? How y'all doing? We out here chilling in the spot. What up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Brothers Breaking Bread Podcast in the house. Hey.
We'll have a little pop-up. It'll be good.
Yeah, let's make it happen. Let's not just talk about it. This is a beautiful thing, man. It's all this blackness, and we all just getting together, we playing dominoes, we eating, we drinking. And, food is always just the extra, man.
They deprive these people of their basic human rights. And we call ourselves Americans. We're supposed to be above all this. They'll fake the crisis. They'll make it seem way out of proportion.
We brothers, we breaking bread. How y'all doing? We out here chilling in the spot. What up?
Trying to hold it all together, man. Life is moving fast right now, man. So it's good to have everybody come through. I love that, man. I love it a lot. More than I could say to you guys.
You want to tell me what this is all about?
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying to chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light.
Hey, what is going on, party people? We are back in the house on a Friday. Brothers Breaking Bread, Caveman Edition. The women have left us alone. Do what we want.
Like the little rascals.
Little rascals. We leaving the toilet seat up, all that shit.
Mm-hmm. Do what the fuck we want to do.
What we want to do. We got fucking Zeb the Soldier, Slim AC here, half of the brothers Doom Joe Jeff. I don't know where Tim Mears is at. He probably out stopping diddling. We got some stories where he probably got to be out just averting niggas from touching kids. I'm the KC Stork. What's going on, fellas?
Chilling, brother.
Hey, bro, we missed you last week, man.
Man, I missed y'all too. I did. Like, I came home and I hopped on, and Joe was like, "Hey, it was a quick one." I was like, "Oh."
Nigga, you rang the phone, motherfuckers was asleep.
Motherfuckers was asleep. Like a nigga that came by unannounced.
Hey, we slid in, slid out.
Yeah. Hey, man, that's good shit though, man. Let's get it in so we can talk about it. Hey, man, what's going on, Zeb? How you living, man?
Good, brother. I'm good. I'm chilling, man. You know, everything's cool, including my feet because it's getting cold. But yeah, man. You know what? I've actually been. Last time you were on, you were talking about Peaky Blinders.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been watching a whole lot of fucking Peaky Blinders.
Hey, it's good, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good show, man. It's not great.
It's not great.
It's a good show, man. My girl had told me about it like a couple of years ago, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I might have even watched like a piece of the first episode, but I just didn't follow through with it.
Yep.
But yeah, man, appreciate you reinforcing that. And
what season are you on?
Shit, what season am I on? It's the season after his aunt was killed. It might be season 6.
Oh damn! You just
season after. I don't know how many seasons the show even has. I try not to pay attention to that sort of shit. So that I don't know like when the ending might be happening, coming up and shit.
Hey, put it this way: I'm on season 4, so.
Yes, I told you.
Thanks, dog. I won't tell nobody what happened. Nah, I just fucking around, but yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man. So yeah, man. Everything's cool. I do got a bit of source on my side eye.
Good with it.
I don't really do it too much, but you know, man, I try to be a good and helpful neighbor. You know what I mean? But you know, but also, you know, there's certain respect, you know what I'm saying, that I require also.
Right.
And just courtesy, you know, just being neighborly, you know what I'm saying? So where I live at, you know, it's a duplex, and the people connected with us, they probably moved in like the beginning of the summer or something like that. No, it was still cold because I remember shoveling the walkway for her. But anyway, so we shared like the drive. We have a garage. Our garages are in the back of the house.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
And so, you know, you got to drive down the driveway, and we share the driveway and the space in the back, where, you know, and so sometimes they'll park their car in the back, and, you know, it just be in the way and shit. And, you know, so I've had to tell them to, you know, hey, can you park your car in a different way? And like the chick can't park, dog. She, you know, cause we also park in front of the house on the street, cause it's one garage. And, you know, it should be parked like 3-4 feet from the curb, man. It should be crazy. But anyway, so earlier today,
came, knocked on the door, and I was like, who the fuck is that? Because, usually if somebody gonna come by, we know ahead of time. But it was them, and he was asking if a vehicle that was parked in front of their portion of the duplex was ours, even though they know, what our cars look like.
Right.
And so, my girl, she answered the door. I was sitting right there though. And, she was like, nah, that's not ours, And so I was looking through we had the windows and doors open because it was nice, nice day earlier. So I'm looking out there and I see them. First of all, it was a gang of space. Like, if you know how to park, easy to park, because they didn't really take up their space, but they was in their area.
Right.
And so anyways, they just went on and parked, right? So I was thinking about it, and I asked my girl, I was like, so, why you think they didn't go to the other people? You know what I'm saying? To the next duplex over. Because like if there's a car parked there, the person, whoever came from that car either went to our spot or the next duplex that's on, on their side.
Right.
And, I was like, only thing I could think of is two reasons, man. Like, let's just call it, they're shy or something, and they didn't want to, maybe they haven't really met the people that live in that duplex, and they didn't want to, go over there and say nothing to them or whatever. I don't really believe that, but I'm saying that's a possibility. Or, it's just like, they thought this motherfucker be coming in and telling us, So that's like, yeah, we finally got
gonna get him.
Finally got a reason to go say some shit, because the chick, she done caught an attitude before when I said something, and but I just thought it was funny, man, because I'm like, number one, more than likely you ain't gonna have to do that, because I try to be a good neighbor. You know what I'm saying? I try to make sure that our cars are parked where it ain't obstructing you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And man, like, I don't know, man. That's just some bullshit, bro. I want to get along with my neighbors, and but at the same time, it's funny too. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, keep that same energy though. Like, you know what I'm saying? If it was, go talk to them, because obviously it's theirs. You know what I'm saying? So that's some bullshit. But that's it, man. Had to get that off my chest.
I'm glad you handled it peacefully.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't, ain't nothing to escalate.
Yeah. Yeah, we know it's crazy.
Chop them up and then try to burn the bodies over 2 days.
Am I too soon? Anyway, well, good shit, man. Glad you're here, bro. Slim AC.
Yo.
What's up, man?
Shit, man. Just coming off battered and bruised, tough loss, man.
No.
You heard about the woes, Rob and Joe, in various different conversations about how tough it is with the school and the team that my girlfriend's son plays for, like just the whole coaching staff situation, man. So low key, I got a side eye and an evil smirk behind it.
Okay. Evil smirk.
Because I'm happy, but it's fucked up. So Tuesday or Wednesday this week, there's a memo that goes out to, all the players, parents, and all these people, right? And the memo is like from the athletic coordinator or athletic director saying that the head coach is choosing to move on to San Antonio because he has to take care of his kids, he has to go away, and, he has to just do other things. Mind you, I told this nigga super old school, think the game done passed him by. All right? There's boosters that pay a ton of money. Like, they pay money at these boosters at this school pay money like college boosters. Like, it's stupid, the amount of money these people spend. So I go to the game tonight, and I told both of y'all what kind of offense. I haven't told Zeb because we haven't really talked about it, but I told Roger and Joe what kind of offense they run. Tonight, these niggas lined up with a fucking spread package and threw the ball in the first quarter 20 times.
Okay.
Now, mind you, my point is Nigga, if the head coach is retiring and it's sudden and nobody knows and he's stepping away, you do not revamp and re-philosophize your entire offense like this. These niggas knew that this nigga was finna be out of here. Somebody plotted that shit.
So is the head coach was he on the sidelines or did he step off?
No, he's gone, bro. Like, gone.
They installed a new offense as soon as he left, huh?
They installed, nigga, in 2 days. In 2 days.
All them blocks was being missed.
Nigga, and that's why the score, scored 6-3. So, like I said, I knew it was coming. When I win the game, I knew they wasn't gonna win. I literally said last week, next week y'all gonna lose 59-7. I said that. I was off by a touchdown the other way.
So had nobody been there, what would the score been?
I would have said it would have been 59-7.
Nah, they would got 4.
But they must have felt like you too, though. They must have felt that his offense was outdated.
Bruh, it was beyond outdated, man. It was they purely got beat tonight, not because they had better athletes. They got beat because the team across them had organization, 10-year coaches, and they looked like they had some structure. That's what the fuck was going on.
Had to do it.
So, anyway, the boosters got that motherfucker out of here, and they was already ready for it, which is why they had a new offense. So, nigga, I had an evil smirk and fucking side eye at the same time, like y'all full of shit.
You didn't want to see the Veer one more week?
Nigga, I did not want to see Dan Devine's offense in 2022 anymore.
Y'all watch a lot of Remember the Titans and shit?
Gotta get the pitch.
I watched Dan Devine this week. Rudy.
Radio, nigga. It's a good one, coach. Anyway. But you good, bro?
No, I'm all good, man. Got moved, got situated, man. So now it's just unpacking and cleaning from here on out, man. But no, I'm all good. I'm straight.
Hey, what them spreadsheets are like with them butt plugs y'all selling?
Whoa.
The motherfuckers flying off the shelf.
They
Nigga, they doing more than flying off the shelf.
My bad. I was wondering. I mean, the sales is up, so that's good.
Hey, something is up, nigga.
Hey.
It's up.
So y'all like losing money and that's like a stopgap?
Wow.
They diversify their bonds, dog.
You gotta diversify.
That's some wild shit, bro.
I don't know what I don't know, man. I don't know what a butt plug is gonna diversify, but go ahead. Knock yourself out.
Knock yourself out. Keep yourself up. Anyway, good shit, bro. What's going on, Joe?
Man. Finally got some meets in this week with my basketball team / cross country team, and we didn't embarrass, so I'm glad for that.
Good.
Nigga, my wallet was lost all week. I found that shit today, so I'm happy for that. It's always in the last place you look.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's up?
Like Amazing Grace.
Yeah.
You come in a little low, Zeb. It's a little low.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
I got a couple games to announce this weekend, so I got dismissed from a game over at Northeast High School today because the fucking mic didn't work. So gotta check, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then tomorrow, my alma mater is playing, so I don't think it's homecoming week. It was for Northeast. I think ours is coming up, but so we got a Saturday game at noon, so I'll be getting up early for that.
Nice.
But that's what's going on in the world of Joe.
Shit.
What up, Bosco?
Oh, nothing, man. Just good to be back. Last week, my daughter was in town. for the Twins homecoming game. Great game. They sent some boys from Kansas, Blue Valley Northwest, right back across the state line with a fucking L. And it's kind of similar to what I guess the opposite though. AC talked about. We talked about too. I think a little bit, Joe. Just like I don't think people understand. We have a top 50 ESPN player on our team. We have the number 2 player in the state of Missouri on our team. It's the same
tackle.
Yes, 6'5", 315-pound offensive tackle. Run the ball. Run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. What we did today, we ran the ball against Ray Peck. Ray Peck, was it 2-3 years ago? I think 2 years ago, won state, the state of Missouri. Last year gave us a pretty tough game. This year, it was 21-0 in the first quarter. Guess what we did? Ran the fucking ball. We didn't try to get the ball to the Suns coach and be cute. And they came out first play. They came out fucking jumbo, single back. Guess what? 40-yard play. First play of the game.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That's my shit.
Yeah, no, the next play, it was like the coach's son motioned away from the tackle, and everybody's kind of like, oh, what we gonna do? Oh, we gonna hand the ball off to the white boy, who I love, number 5, and we're going to run right off our fucking top 50 ESPN player, number 2 player in the fucking state of Missouri, off his fat ass, 40-yard run, touchdown.
Where's he going?
Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah, he's prototype, nigga. 6'5", 315.
Yeah, like I get it. Yeah, he should be able to, he got a pass block too, but in high school, at that weight, and able to move the way he moved, running the ball.
That's not the same big boy they had last year, is it?
Bro.
Huh?
In high school, I mean.
No, they had, he was there last year. He's got a little bit better, but we had another cap getting, he went to Missouri.
Okay.
Yep. I believe he was a, huh?
Is he redshirting or is he playing?
He got a little bit of time in the, he got a little bit of time Auburn game in the last week, I believe. I guess I know his number, I forget his name though.
He probably when they ran behind when they dropped the fucking football on the end zone line.
No, don't see, don't do that. Almost, bruh.
Don't put that on the line, nigga.
Hey.
I'm saying he the one who got up. He
got him to the end zone. Did you see that play, AC?
Huh?
Did you see the play?
Nigga, that was the play I unplugged my TV when he dropped the ball off. I didn't see all of it.
Bruh, all he had to do was dive with 2 hands across the goal line. That's the game. That's the fucking game, bruh.
I'm really surprised Coach 30 didn't do some shit on that.
Dog, I mean, the game was so boring.
It's not worth it. The game was like the niggas.
It was a very boring game. And I'm so happy that Fubu TV, Fubu, whatever the fuck I got, they decided to go to something else, so I couldn't get the game. And then I saw the clip on Twitter like 20 minutes later. I'm so glad too, AC and Joe. I would have unplugged my TV and threw that bitch off the balcony.
Nah, that's all I got was the fucking highlights too. And like the chat group, y'all, but then also the one with Gator and Ruben and Shazad, they was talking about it.
Yeah, like one of my guy I work with, he hit me up. Did you fucking see the way they lost? And I was like, nah, man, it's probably not, I probably shouldn't. And then like 10 minutes later, I saw that clip. I just put my phone down. And then the question. Go ahead.
So where you rank them? This one, the fucking Auburn game, the flea kicker, or the 5th down?
Nigga, nothing's. I can only speak from being a part of the fucking flea kicker, and that shit was fucking horrible.
Yeah, I would say flea kicker, 5th down, then that play.
I don't know. 5th down's legendary too, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Both of them, they won. Both teams won a national championship.
National championship.
Yeah,
so Auburn,
that's what's real disgusting.
Good.
That's Auburn about to. But it's the wrong end zone, ain't it? No, we was at Auburn anyway. I'm dribbling. These motherfuckers. Anyway. Yeah, and never mind that in the midst of all this MU fuckery, KU balling.
Balling.
Yeah, they are.
Like Mangino style.
Yep.
Hey, and like it ain't none of this shit where I'm just looking at the stats. I have seen 2 games.
Yeah.
These niggas playing good, but fuck them still. But they playing good. Anyway.
Most quarterback they got, nigga, he already all right, bro.
Hey. Okay. So anyway, back to that. So yeah, good game tonight. Like I said, blew the backs off of Ray Peck. As long as we run the ball and keep giving the ball, I mean, I gotta find this ball. Can't keep calling him white boy number 5. I gotta find his name out. Keep running the ball and get the ball number 5. I don't know if we're gonna win state, but we definitely should be at state. Cause ain't nobody on this side of the motherfucking 70 that can fuck with us.
Who gave you that L?
Hey, that's when we was trying to force the ball to the coach's son.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when they got. That's
figured it out.
Huh?
You think he's figured it out?
He's figured it out because also our center was we got a new center. We played Liberty North. Our first 5 plays, all the ball snapped into the ground. Then followed by our next series, the next 2 snaps in the ground, offsides, all this shit, and still trying to pass the ball when we could get snaps. I think if we play Liberty North today, we beat them niggas by 14. If he comes with the same mindset of we gonna fuck that, we running the ball.
So with the Twins, they just blocking downfield or they getting targets too?
Oh, blocking downfield. I gotta look at my book. Yasir, he had like let's say 65 yards. Had one where if he would have, I'm like, where the fuck was you looking? If he would have cut the ball to the outside, it would have been a foot race, but it would have been a 60-yard touchdown. I think he could have outran the safety, but he tried to be cute and cross him up and cut back across the field. No, sir. I said, plant that foot, get your fucking ass up the sideline. Xavier, 2 catches for 20. But for the most part, yeah, the receivers are blocking heavy this game. They got another cat. I think he's a sophomore, found out. Number 1, keep an eye out for this motherfucker. They ran a wildcat play. He took 3 steps, cut that bitch off the tackle, 80-yard touchdown. And I'm talking about like down the middle of the field. So we all play football. So that means you breaking the angle on the cornerback, on 2 cornerbacks and the safety run down the middle of the field. And he just, I mean, like, not once it was like somebody dove and then it was just 10 yards and just gone. Anyway, yeah, life's good, man. Go Broncos, they 5-1. Let's keep it going. I hope we do get to see Liberty North again because we owe them niggas for 2 years. Let's go. Anyway, so everybody else good?
Sure.
All right.
Would you do your old buddy from the Broncos call him Let's Ride?
Hey, Bronco Country, let's ride. Oh shit. Okay, all right. And we opened the show up with Coolio. You know, rest in peace. I should have get that Lonely Man music up, man. But yeah, Coolio rapper, hit of Gangsta Paradise, fantastic voice, dead at 59. As far as I know, they're just speculating.
Get right on the fantastic voyage.
Ride in July. Hey, like I've listened to Gangsta Paradise, but that the first couple of lyrics are very dark.
Yeah. No, it is.
Very dark.
Yeah, that song blew the fuck up. Like, that shit was huge, man. It was bigger than the movie.
It was big. It made the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, damn, this is about a high school movie, and this fucking opening, these first couple of bars is dark as shit.
Yeah.
Let's not forget Grammy Award-winning Coolio.
Yeah, my bad. You all right. But yeah, as far as all the stuff I've been reading and hearing, they haven't been specified the cause of death. Their speculation, cardiac arrest, but that Could mean a lot of things. Could be a cardiac arrest brought about by what? So I don't know. I don't know whatever comorbidities he had. I know that he was getting ready to tour over in Europe, and that was the reason why he was back. I believe back in was it Los Angeles? I believe they were saying he lived in Vegas. He was back in Los Angeles to handle some passport shit, and that's where he passed away at because he was getting ready to do a tour over in Europe. Yeah, so sorry, listeners out there. Still waiting to hear exactly the cause of death. But 59, man, that's, especially in this day and age, that is relatively young. You know, so damn.
Power, man.
That's the power.
You said who sent that shit? It was a message to Stacey Dash.
Oh, I think that was Lady Lavender.
It was a message to Stacey Dash. Did you hear about Coolio? Because I don't want to hear about this shit in a year from now.
Right.
Oh, poor Stacey Dash. Anyway, what a dummy. Rest in power, man. What is happening here? Why are these tabs popping up? Okay. All right. Keeping it interesting, second grader was instructed to send pictures of you doing reading homework in the bathtub, parents say. Jacksonville, Florida. What'd you say?
A normal assignment.
A normal assignment. So, Jacksonville, Florida. A second grade student was removed from the classroom after her parents questioned the homework assignment. Students at Victory Christian Academy were asked to, quote unquote, send pictures of you doing reading homework in the bathtub. Misty and her husband, Christopher, were shocked to see this written on their eight-year-old's homework assignment. Yeah.
Didn't they kick the little girl out of school, right? Did they?
Yeah, because, I mean, there was a protest. The school, but to me, we can go. I can read all of it, or we can wrap it up. The school, they basically said, hey, this has been going on for years. You're the first family to raise questions about this shit, which I was like, huh? Kept reading. They asked the parents to remove, like basically just say, hey, we're withdrawing from the school. The parents said, nah, fuck that. And yes, long story short, the school said, well, we're going to do an administrative withdrawal of the student.
Yeah, that's crazy. And was it like a Christian academy or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to go with that, bro.
I don't know what to go. I got 6 kids. I don't know what to do if at any point in time in their fucking academic career, I'm like, they want you to do what?
Did they overreact? Were they clear in the instructions?
Because
make sure you're clothed and
what they did say you can like be in pajamas in the bathtub or some shit, but I guess the parents were like, but still, why we got to do that part of it?
Were they reading a book that was set in the bathtub?
What was the reasoning behind it?
But here's the wild shit. Why the school hit them with the double down? Like, hey, this is what we do. If you don't like it, get the fuck out.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. There had to be some. We missing something. Something's missing.
I literally like every story I read.
It had to be a fucking story about bath time. That's what it had to be.
I just read the article, that was in the chat group, and I didn't see any reasoning that they gave.
They just said have fun with it. You can be in your pajamas, blah blah blah, being in uniform, but have fun with it. But the parents like, but it don't sit right. Like
something's missing.
I'm hoping because I'm like, how's my kid getting kicked out of a school? I guess it's a private school. I get that, but still getting kicked out of school because I don't want her or him to sit to have pictures of him in the bathtub reading the book.
Did they say you could have fun with it, like after the fact, like Like after the parents bitched about it, like they sent them home, like, "Hey, we want you to take."
I think the parents called and the teacher
email. Yeah, the mom emailed the teacher. So that was like the initial response was that they say here. I emailed the teacher. Hey, you may want to explain that. Send something out to the parents. Let them know what the intentions are. This does not sound okay. Misty Dunham said she did send a message saying you should be in pajamas, be in your uniform, have fun with it, but the parents said, but it didn't sit right. So the school replied, just have fun with it, basically, and the parents was like, it still don't sit right with us.
Yeah, it's got to be a book about. It's got to be they're reading a book about that time. They trying to take
Maybe they got a Mr. Bubble sponsorship, nigga. I don't know.
It's something, man. That's because no,
they've been doing this for years, and it's the first complaint they got.
That's what they're saying. Yeah.
If they're telling
story
off.
So we can read it. The mom, she said something. She did something right by telling her mom and dad that it wasn't comfortable with something, and now she's no longer in school. Christopher Dunham said. So that's the parent. The president of Victory Christian Academy, Pastor Jesse Latta, sent us this statement regarding the assignment. There was an assignment given. As I understand, you received a copy. It was taken out of an online teacher resource and has been used in many schools. There was certainly no bad intention with the assignment. When the parent contacted our teacher with a complaint, our teacher immediately sent out a correspondence to all parents in the class to assure them that there were no bad intention with the assignment and to clarify the guidelines. No additional concerns were presented to the teacher. While the assignment was completely innocent, out of an abundance of caution, and for there to be no misunderstanding, our administration has removed this particular assignment for any further. Wait a minute. So now they removed it, but so they removed this to put out to all the other parents. So they removed it when they asked about the status of the student, why there was an administrative withdrawal from the school for the student. We have not heard back. So the student still got. They say they removed the assignment, but the student at this point in time of this article has been administratively withdrawn from the school.
What the fuck qualifies for an administrative result removal?
Is that me? Oh wow. Hey, at ease. That was perfect timing. Anyway, hold on. In a police report obtained by Action News Jax, it states parents were told by the administrators, we have been sending this homework assignment for years, and you're the only one complaining about it. Police advised the parents not to take the photo. Later, the Dunham family said they got a call from the school. He said, I think you guys should do a parental withdrawal for the child. I said, I can't do that. We refuse to withdraw her, Mr. Dunham said. He said, okay, thank you for saying that. And then continued on saying, we're going to proceed with an administration withdrawal.
He said, fuck what you want.
I hope there's something else, because this thing is crazy.
I think we see an outlier on the upcoming graph where they didn't fuck around. They still found out.
They didn't fuck around. They still found out. It's not a foolproof system. It's basic. It's a scientific method. You know what I'm saying? It's not foolproof.
It should be a dot spray chart. It's close.
It's correlational, man.
There was a direct correlation between how much they fucked around and how much they found out.
Okay.
The niggas played the middle and lost.
Oh shit. Oh man. Okay. Moving on. Family of 3 charged in PNB Rock's murder as fathers arrested in Las Vegas after going on the run. Freddie Lee Trone was arrested one day after his wife and son were also taken into custody. Now, this was about what? 2 weeks ago? A month ago?
Earlier this month.
Okay. Yep. So, PNB Rock. Out of California, murdered. 40-year-old man has been arrested and charged in connection with the fatal shooting of rapper PNB Rock one day after his wife and son were also taken into custody and booked. Freddie Lee Trone, 40, was arrested Thursday afternoon in Las Vegas and charged with 1 count of murder, conspiracy to commit robbery, and 2 counts of second-degree robbery, according to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office in the Los Angeles Police Department. Craziness.
Yeah, man, that's just crazy. That's
a family.
Yeah, it's a whole fucking family, dog. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Fuck are we doing, man? Like,
hey Zeb, can you scoot into the mic?
About as close as I can get.
It's a little
loud. Is that better?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
better.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, I don't. Hold on, let me drop my leg here. Yeah, that's just crazy, man. Like, I don't understand what the fuck is going on, dog. Like, you know, apparently, I don't know. They said that somebody that was in the restaurant alerted them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think they said they were out in the parking lot or something for whatever reason. I don't know why. And somebody went in that was in the restaurant told them that, you know, dude was in there eating with a bunch of jewelry on and shit. And I think they said they left and came back.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 17-year-old son went in and, you know, did what he did, murdered the dude, and you know, took his jewelry and I think some of his girlfriend's jewelry or something like that.
Yeah.
Then his father drove away. Go ahead.
No, stuff I've been heard about and reading, and then one of the podcasts I listened to, they were talking about it is, you know how motherfuckers be on Instagram talking about where they at and then just taking pictures and shit. So the original story that came out, what I heard was that his girlfriend, this Stephanie Shibanaga, wow, I'm gonna murder that. Wow. Anyway, yeah, she has shared an Instagram story about where they were at prior to the shooting.
Yeah, I heard that also, which I don't understand. That I never understood. I don't understand that type of thinking.
That's what people. Yeah. But that just, you know, we old and washed because these young folks be talking about I was asking my twins about it, and they was like, yeah, man, you know, you when you post them pictures, you post the pictures when you're on the plane leaving. You don't post the pictures when you there at the location.
Nigga, that sound like a B&E waiting to happen.
Yeah,
right. I mean, that is what they say. That's how old boy got killed. York rapper that got killed out in L.A.
Oh,
damn, I don't know why I'm missing
MC?
Young dude. No, New York dude.
Oh, the drill rapper dude.
Drill rapper.
Oh, shit. Damn it.
You talking about Pop Smoke?
Yeah.
Pop Smoke.
Yeah.
Pop Smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he accidentally somehow shared the location, or like they saw somehow his brother rather, you know, had was filming, you know, putting up an Instagram post or something, and like a letter or something, I forget exactly, you know, what it was, but somehow the location was seen on there.
Yep.
And that's how the cats, you know, came and caught him up. But yeah, so that was the original story, and you know, I don't be doing the Twitter and stuff, but I heard that you know, a lot of people was, you know, basically blaming his girlfriend for doing that.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, this new information came out, and they was like, you know, there was somebody in the restaurant that alerted, you know, them to what's going on, or at least that's the theory that, you know, that the police is working with.
No, this report, yeah, it agrees with what you're saying too. Said police sources, however, told the Times that Freddie Trone and his son were already in Roscoe's parking lot before the Instagram was posted.
Yeah. So yeah, man, it's just, but you know, I saw a post by Fat Joe. I think I put it up in the chat group maybe last week or something. I don't remember when it was, but, and you know, and he was just saying, you know, amongst other things, he was like, you know, I mean, if you gotta do it, if you just feel like you need this dude's jewelry and you just gotta rob him, you ain't gotta kill him. You know what I'm saying? But I figured it was probably gonna turn out to be some young cat. you know, and motherfucker just wanted to, make a name or whatever, you know what I mean? And but damn, man, to find out that his father drove him there and basically probably gave him the, go handle that, you know what I mean? I don't know if he told him to kill him or whatever, but you know what I mean? He's fucking 17.
Yep.
It's just crazy, dog. Like I don't understand, how supposed to, man, how we supposed to get ahead, you know what I'm saying, when we doing this type of shit, dog.
Yeah, man.
It's sad, man.
We gotta do better.
Hurts.
We gotta do better, y'all. But yeah, man.
Might I just say, Roscoe's got some damn good chicken.
They do have a good chicken, sir.
I hear that. I couldn't vouch for it myself.
I don't know if it's worth killing for, but I hear it's pretty good.
I don't think they kill for it.
Mama work.
I don't know if it's worth getting killed for.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty good though. Speaking of other, chicken, bitch, I don't know. I know y'all talked about this last week, but we keeping tabs on it. Brett Favre's charity reportedly donated to Southern Mississippi's athletics. We see Brett Favre, Favre for Hope charity, which was created to support disadvantaged and disabled children and breast cancer patients, donated more than $130,000 to University of Southern Mississippi Athletic Foundation from 2018-2020. Tax records retained by the Athletic and ESPN show. At the same time, the Hall of Fame quarterback was trying to raise money for a new volleyball stadium at the university where he played football, and his daughter is a member of the volleyball team. The funding for that stadium is under investigation in a widening state welfare scandal involving tens of millions of dollars. Upwards, I think it's like $77 million, what they're talking about right now.
Was the name of the organization was Favre for Hope We Get a New Volleyball Net? Or
I guess, bro.
Hope we get some.
Hey, man, but first I want to know, I don't know. I gotta ask people to play. Is his daughter any good in volleyball? Y'all know?
Her dad's D1 like a motherfucker, so
that's fine.
Honestly, I didn't know he even had a daughter, bro.
That too? I don't know, like, this reminds me of, like, I guess it's not the same, but it kind of reminds me of that shit what was that, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we covered that scandal when motherfuckers was getting their kids into school on the road team and shit out in California.
Well,
but I know it's a little different. I know it's different, but this kind of reminds me of it.
But you remember, Mizzou Arena used to be Page Arena.
Yeah. Yeah.
Motherfuckers just buy shit and name it after their daughters and shit. I don't know. Or buy shit for their daughters. I don't know.
Yeah. Invite my kid to your school, and I will steal from the state to make sure you get a new volleyball arena.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, can't wait till this nigga's in jail.
He ain't going to jail.
Yeah, bro.
They gonna send Marcus Dupree to jail. I mean, hey, they gonna.
I meant to ask you why did Marcus Dupree catch all these strays?
Because he's a nigga who got caught up in this, and he's like, I guess, questionable practices with the money. I guess he had some, he had a horse ranch or some shit where he was using that for rehabilitation for inner city youth. Had them come out there, work, and basically therapy with animals. This shit happens all the time.
The same money?
It's some, yeah. Like wow. I think it's like it's under $1 million, but it's like $600,000 to $500,000, some shit like that. I can't remember because I was like reading it during the halftime at the game. That's where I saw the story at. But yeah, he. I was like, ESPN, I see what you niggas trying to do. Y'all trying to make my man Marcus dog the face of this scandal. He only got 600,000. Brett didn't got fucking 5. Come on now.
Niggas said we can do the bait and switch.
Yep. Trying to do the Emmy on me. Shit. But yeah, man. What was it? may be the poorest state in the union, and these motherfuckers steal the money. So definitely keep an eye on this shit.
Nigga, from the fucking charity too, though, bro. This nigga double dipped on this shit, man.
Double dipping. Dirty Dick Favre.
He like, fuck them kids, bro.
Fuck them kids for real.
Fuck your titties. Fuck your breast cancer.
Yes, indeed.
Unless you go to Southern Miss, I don't give a fuck.
No, yeah.
Basically. Yeah. Speaking of other people that the society doesn't care about, DOC commissioner sought dying man's release to avoid publicizing more Rikers deaths. Report. New York City Department of Correction Commissioner Louis Molina sought release of a dying inmate as the department faced mounting scrutiny for the high rates of deaths and mismanagement at Rikers Island. New York Times reported. The Times obtained an email Molina sent Thursday encouraged department officials to ensure Elmore Robert Poindexter, 59, was quote-unquote off the department's count. Hours after the email went out, Poindexter was granted a compassionate release and then taken off of life support at Bellevue Hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I've been hearing like throughout the course of this year, various reports about inmates dying in Rikers. So I guess that is, you know, been an issue.
Yeah, they said it was like record numbers of deaths.
Yeah. I've been hearing reports like here and there, just coming across shit. So I guess they was like, they got a what they call it in the police department. They always just said in the wire, cook the books.
Cook the books.
It says Poindexter was the 16th person that you moved past it, bro.
Yeah, my bad.
Poindexter was the 16th person to die at Rikers or shortly after being released from the notorious prison this year. The same amount died in custody or shortly after release in all of 2021.
They're trying to make up for time.
Yeah.
Said COVID guys behind the 8 ball. Do a second.
Yeah,
so I think
it's got a history for being foul.
Well, they kind of spend it as if we give you a release, that gives you an opportunity to be around loved ones in your last moments as opposed to being in the prison. So
yeah, but my man was on life support and they pulled it. Whip.
But he was gonna die.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna die anyway, but it was like, not here, nigga. Wait till Mayor Adams signed that paper. Then they fucking turned the fucking breaker off. Nigga, they said ain't gonna be no generator. Turn all this shit off, nigga.
Nigga said they did a whole power down.
They did the whole power down, nigga.
Power all this shit down.
Yeah. Turn it off. That's fucked up though. That's bad. That's bad.
Oh.
Damn, that's bad. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, Joe. Like, yes.
No, that's what they said.
Oh, okay.
Is this something that they normally do? That's what I want to know.
They had a name for it.
Compassionate release.
I mean, yeah, there's a such thing as compassionate release. It happens. It's not I don't think it's like a common thing, you know what I'm saying, necessarily.
It shouldn't be, but for these niggas, it's
commonly in your prison.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We got one to go.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't mad at him.
Oh, shit. Okay.
But I mean, it sounds like they fucking with the numbers, though.
Yeah, it's very sketchy. It's very sketchy.
They are.
Yeah.
Niggas just playing the odds, man.
At least family members get to be there present and shit.
59 and on life support. So what happened?
Yeah, that's a quick question.
He got the tour.
Question.
He got the tour.
Coolio was 59 too.
Yeah, I mean, I know what I'm saying though, but Coolio, we still know the actual cause of death. They say cardiac arrest, but brought on by what?
Yeah, a lot of things could cause.
You know what I'm saying? So like, for this man, like, oh yeah, he was on life support.
Did he get beat down by prison guards? That's why he was on life support?
I mean, he could have been like bad health. Yeah, that's true. He could have been in bad health, all this stuff too. But it's like, hey man, I got one quick question. Why was he on life support for the first reason? Was it?
This nigga had a cafeteria accident.
Okay.
Right. You know what I mean?
He might have high blood pressure from all them top ramen.
Ooh, that is good. That is good. Cause that top ramen. I had I missed the ramen.
Ramen is not your friend.
Yeah. Okay, man. Yeah. Stop fucking up, Rikers. Oh, damn it. Oh no! What happened? Ah, there it is. They watching us. They didn't want us to. They putting the shit in my computer. This the one page that took 2 seconds to load.
Download some malware, bro.
Hey, I'm here to tell y'all right now, y'all about to see a lot. Y'all might want to take this shit off my computer.
They gonna overload the system.
They don't want to see what's on this computer. Stay on my tax documents. Anyway,
system gonna go.
Hey. Yeah.
Motherfucker just go black.
What happened? What happened?
We didn't even explain the story yet.
Oh my bad. This is why we can't be left alone. Churches are using quote unquote spyware to monitor porn activity of its members. This is from the Euroweb, Everything Urban. That's okay. September 27. Churches nationwide are reportedly using anti-porn applications to keep tabs on congregants' online activity. The churches are using using quote unquote accountability apps such as Covenant Eyes. Covenant Eyes.
Accountable to you.
To make sure members don't view content considered immoral. Both apps claim to distinguish pornographic images from non-pornographic ones. The Covenant Eyes app allows you freedom through transparency. The app sits quietly on all my devices. Oh no. Monitors your screen activity and provides protection through blocking. Per the official website, the app can be installed on all devices that need to be monitored.
So are the members like willingly, are they consenting to this, or is the church?
I'm guessing so. I hope so.
Yeah, that's what it kind of sounds like.
Let's see here.
Have to make a covenant.
Oh shit! Hey, y'all want this? Porn is a human problem. We provide a human solution.
Oh, is that the app?
Yeah.
A human solution.
They're gonna provide me with somebody. I know a human solution.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me go wake her up. I'll be back.
we got the contractors on site.
We got hands on site.
This nigga said we got contractors on site.
Come on, girl. Boop, 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 boop. Go on back that in there. Boop. Oh, this is interesting. Oh man. It took a lot of courage to admit to one of my best friends that I had this problem. And thankfully, he was very understanding and willing to help. Yeah, I'll be like,
member.
I'll be like, I wish one of you niggas would call me, hey, Raj, man. I'll be like, man, y'all get the fuck off my phone.
And you'd rather be like, me too.
Me,
for Christmas.
Hey, in the background, you hear, I was in the middle of something when you called.
It's so sticky. So sticky.
So sticky. Oh man. Wow, they got They got the Victory app. We getting out of it. Oh, it's a companion app.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, they get alerts.
Yeah, you get alerts. You get the alerts.
Hold up. What the fuck you doing, Roger?
Why you on bootymixtape.com again, nigga? We see you. We see you.
Rockwell song. I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Holy shit! I was not ready.
Oh my
Wait a
goodness.
minute! I gotta pay somebody to stop me from watching porn? Oh no! No! You've gone too far. Hey, Zed, watch Peaky Blinders. It's like when he said he was gonna shoot old boy's son in the legs, he's like, too much. You said too much, friend. My bad. Oh shit, I'm crying. Ooh. Yeah, so hold on. It's a video? Hold on, we gotta watch this.
Yeah, it's a video.
My grandfather struggled with it. My father struggled with it. And I struggled with it. And me and my wife have this saying that we're Joe and Jennifer Kimmons generation 1. Because we're the ones that have broken the generational sin. And it's a beautiful...
This nigga said my grandfather struggled with it. My dad struggled with it. Did nigga that? They been over there trying to tame the monster, bro. That's a generational curse, bro.
It's in the genes. Some niggas get diabetes, other people got porn.
There'll be a resurgence in Playboy and Hustler and shit.
Oh man.
Yeah,
working around the app.
Yeah, that's what they gonna do. They gonna go back low tech. They gonna like fucking Taliban, nigga.
Hey,
you go high tech, we go low tech.
Hey, Playboy's under the mattress.
Right.
Oh, hold on, we gotta finish. Hold on.
Beautiful thing to see how my daughters don't even really understand. They're innocent. I mean, my 16-year-old is still innocent, and that's so beautiful that she doesn't have to the same.
Hold on, dog. My 16-year-old, she's so young and so beautiful. She doesn't understand. Like, what is your addiction, nigga? I need to understand this.
Right. Is this nigga talking in code?
Hold on, dog.
Why you sweating, nigga?
He looking at his daughter like she a side of meat. I said, hold on. We not talking about the same addiction.
That's how Donald Trump talk about Ivanka.
Yeah. I said, hold on, Chief. We not talking about the same addictions here. Hey, it's like...
This nigga was trying to fight the monster, bro. I'm trying to tell you, he was doing it in the room.
Hey,
nigga.
what's that Dave Chappelle movie where he went talking about he addicted to weed? They said weed.
Who this man? Who this man?
Hey, the Brothers Breaking Bread show. We talk about masturbation. This nigga want to fuck his daughter. I'm like, wait a minute. What? What? This is not the addiction we thought we came here for.
This nigga's in the room struggling with it, bro. He's the fucking breakfast nook.
Hold on, I gotta keep pushing play. Hold on.
When Joe and Jennifer have the saying that we're Joe have the, and I I struggle with it. And me and my wife have this saying that we're Joe and Jennifer Kimmons, Generation 1. Because we're the ones that have broken the generational sin. And it's a beautiful thing to see how my daughters don't even really understand. They're innocent. I mean, my 16-year-old is still innocent, and that's so beautiful that she doesn't have to struggle with the things I struggle with. Still a work in progress. We're all going to be works in progress till the day we die, but until you understand what grace is, and you can give yourself grace, you're not going to really, truly recover. And it was when I began to understand what freedom was. And then God came in and did the rest. I'm so grateful of what God has done for me.
I'm sad.
Wait. Did y'all just hear this nigga's pause when he talked about his daughter? Did y'all catch that?
Yeah.
This nigga was like, and my daughter just doesn't understand. And also, it felt like that nigga was about to say what she's living with.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
The monster.
What I've been struggling with.
Once again, that's why we're gonna be like, wait a minute, nigga, we here for the porn. What you here for?
I really don't understand what the daughters have to do with this, bro.
I don't understand.
I don't know.
Why they here? Why we here, Dad? According to Google, both covenant eyes and accountable to you violate this policy as such deems. As some deem such service to be spyware. I'm sure it's in the user agreement that you neglected to read when you clicked OK. I wouldn't
shameware.
Shameware, basically. I wouldn't quite call it spyware. What? I wouldn't quite call it. It is or it isn't. I wouldn't quite call it spyware, says former member of Grace Point, who was asked to use Covenant Eyes and spoke on the condition of anonymity due to privacy concerns. It's much more like shameware, as Brother Joe just said. It's just another way the church controls you. Meanwhile, critics are not sold on the app's claims to have helped many people overcome addiction to pornography. You know, they should have got Kirk Franklin.
Oh.
He said he had that addiction, dog. Oh, yeah. They addicted to porn. Oh, shit. All right. Whew. That was good. Hey, y'all, don't install that on y'all shit. Don't do that. Anyway, moving right on to very important topics. We talked about pregame. There was an article that came out that talked about the greatest black people ranked. Despite America's history of racism, there are some black people who will always be beloved and respected by the American public. And this is more a joke, so I think I don't want people to take this too seriously. America doesn't hate all black people. Not every black person can become a business mogul like the federal agent, Dr. Herschel Walker. Wow.
You said Dr. Herschel Walker.
Dr. Herschel Walker. When I skimmed this shit, I missed that. Nor do they.
He's first person in his class, though, bro.
He did say he's first in class. Nor do they possess the temerity to karate chop chicken restaurant robbers and stab bullies in the belt buckle like Ben Carson. But in spite of what your sixth grade teacher might say during the critical race theory social studies lesson, there's a path for a black person to become an admired and respected member of society. And if you examine the people who are heralded as great African Americans, a pattern begins to emerge. So what say you? What things make a Negro that build you to become one of the most beloved Negroes of all time? We'll start with number 5.
I don't know if we a monolith. There might be 5 different ones or so.
5 different ones. The overcomers. Common attributes. Grew up as disadvantaged youth in the inner city, quote unquote. Usually the product of a broken home, overcame insurmountable odds, and they give back to the community. White people love downtrodden Negroes.
That sound like Herschel Walker.
That sound like Herschel Walker. Yeah. This is crazy. Wait a minute. Wait. Notable overcomers. Tim Scott's grandfather.
Any black child in a movie who can learn to play chess.
That is true. That is true. That is true. After, I like this sentence here though. After all, if a 6'7" teenager with a 43-inch vertical leap can earn a college scholarship, what's holding you back? Majority black school districts might be underfunded, but Clarence Thomas grew up in a sharecropper shack and became a Supreme Court justice. So why can't you? Sure, he got educated at a private.
Herschel Walker. And then got that 20-inch neck.
Yeah. Slave neck.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So, we got to have a real life Uncle Ruckus. Is it Herschel Walker or is it Clarence?
That's Clarence.
Clarence? I don't know. Herschel. Was it Herschel Stink Meaner then?
Herschel Stink Meaner.
I don't know if he's Stink Meaner.
He ain't, Clarence Thomas, he the real.
Is that nigga the real Uncle Ruckus?
He might be the real, Uncle Tom's cabin ass nigga.
Yeah, bro.
That nigga, he is the fucking blueprint.
I can't think of a Boondocks character for Herschel. But that nigga's a character.
Yeah.
So he's an overcomer.
The Transcenders. Number 4. Common attributes. They just happen to be black, quote unquote. Make white people, quote unquote, colorblind, able to transcend their race.
It's just translucent.
Translucent. Wait. Like overcomers, the people known as transcenders also had to battle systemic racism to achieve greatness. But because they reached a level of excellence that white people can't even imagine, America has found a way to accept them into the fold, either by pretending to be so they don't see color or suggesting that black person's accomplishments make them transcend race. Got Chris Myers, quote from Chris Myers, when you saw Ali, you didn't see color, you didn't see religion, you saw a gentle man who was a strong fighter, a champion you could believe in. He must not have watched that movie at all.
Nigga.
I don't know. He must have watched Green Book or something. I don't know what that nigga was watching.
That nigga was not in the moment. He was not engaged.
He was not engaged.
No. He was recalling on his books he read in school. That nigga was not paying attention.
Gave up 3 of the best years of his life over racism.
Yes.
All right,
Till they come out the closet as black. If you notice, Frank Sinatra, Elvis, and John F. Kennedy didn't have to transcend their whiteness. They just stole from niggas. I said that part. Notable transcenders, Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, black artists whose work can be appropriated by white artists. That's pretty good.
It says how the only black people can eclipse their history, culture, and the physics of light refraction.
Yes. All true.
You can't transcend if you white.
Can't see you, nigga. Oh, my favorite, the good ones. Common attributes accredited to their race are usually very articulate, don't need to make everything about race, possess the ability to make white people feel comfortable.
That is Ben Carson. It's Ben Carson, bro.
Yes.
Who the homie that died? Mr. 999.
Herman Cain.
Herman Cain, dog. Cain, dog.
Perfect thing.
The 999 award.
999 himself.
Call old boy Supercuts.
Daniel Cameron.
Yes. Put that nigga in the box too.
He's one of the good ones.
He might be.
Is Cory Booker in that box?
No. I mean, he do make white people feel comfortable though.
He might transcend.
Yeah, he do make white people feel comfortable.
But his South Carolina colleague.
Tim Scott. Yeah.
That nigga.
Yeah.
That's one.
That nigga's teeth make me feel like he. Did
they say something about his grandfather? No, he was over.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Was he an overcomer or a transcender?
He was
His grandfather was an overcomer.
Yeah.
But he's one of the good ones.
He's one of the good ones.
He's a good one.
Let's see what we got.
The good ones. Booker T. Washington, Carlos Watson, Condoleezza Rice, black children adopted by white families, enslaved people who didn't escape. Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
People who didn't escape.
Damn.
Slavery is a choice.
Yeah, that did happen. That did happen.
Right, that was said.
Oh, hold up. There it is. Candace Owens, Herschel Walker, Jason Whitlock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They hit the trifecta with that, bro.
Damn. Fat lot.
Wow.
Number 2, Americans. Common attributes. Sacrificed themselves for something that benefited white people. Fought white supremacy without making white people mad. I don't know how you do that. Teared up in front of white people. Did something that white people stole. Oh yeah, okay, I get what you're saying now. All right.
Like the cotton gin.
Yes, sir.
Or the flash, or the stoplight.
Who we got here? Oh, what? Rosa Parks, the Tuskegee Airmen, Colin Powell, any black person who thinks the Star Spangled Banner slaps. I don't what? I don't know any niggas that think that. And I was in the Army for 20 years.
The Jimmy version slaps.
Yeah,
the Jimmy version. I was gonna say the Whitney version.
The Marvin Gaye.
Oh yeah. Oh, see.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. I might go back. I had to go back and check that one out.
That was pretty good.
Marvin Gaye's a good one.
Yeah, that was dope.
And then of course the late greats, comic characters. Their past has been whitewashed. They were despised by white people. They are dead. Damn. Frederick Douglass, black. Wait a minute. Hold on. Jesus?
Jesus.
Oh.
Wow. Wow.
They gonna be mad just at that.
Yeah, there it is. There's Dr. King. I see him.
Yep.
Where's Malcolm?
Oh no.
Malcolm didn't make that list, bro. They still hate Malcolm, bro. Nigga, I put when Bill Russell died.
Yeah.
I changed my Facebook avatar temporarily to be the summit they had.
Yeah.
And I think in the picture was Muhammad Ali. And so this white dude that, I know from, way back in high school, hit me up and like, dude, you identify with the Nation of Islam? Like, how you getting down with reverse racism?
Boo.
Nigga, I had to read his ass for about half an hour, bro. I was like, stay the fuck off my shit if you don't like it, man. I don't know. But
reverse racism.
They don't fuck with Malcolm X.
I said, especially if you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Hell yeah. Like, he advocated violence. No, the fuck he didn't.
So did the police and the Klan.
Shit. He did, but he
did.
He was on
Protection.
Protect yourself.
Protection.
Yeah.
Protection of his
It's
community.
your fault.
Yeah. I ain't starting shit, but I'm gonna finish it.
Yeah.
Right. You're talking about Muhammad Ali, right?
Yeah, Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X, all that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but you said Muhammad Ali was in the picture of the subject.
He was speaking specifically on Muhammad Ali, but I mean, Nation of Islam, Malcolm X, I'm pretty sure.
Right. But I'm saying Muhammad Ali specifically, if I remember correctly, and you just mentioned it, the man missed three of the best years of his life to not go to war.
Yeah, a
You know what I'm
pacifist.
saying? So how you going to talk about them promoting violence?
Yeah.
That don't make no sense.
He was a pacifist who could pacifist.
Ooh.
Right.
Bars.
Bars.
Pacifist.
Bars.
What is higher? My bad. But nah, that shit. No, like, you bring up a good point though. Whenever you bring up Malcolm, like people don't want to delve into like the depth of him. The same way that they don't want to delve into they don't want to dig into how deep that Martin was either. They just want to. He said, "Hey, one day everybody have a dream."
Show the fuck was trying to tell me what Martin Luther King said. I was like, get the fuck out of my face, bro.
They favorite.
If you read the Birmingham letter. From the letter from the Birmingham jail, get the fuck out of my face, bro. Yeah.
They love it. They love it.
I was like, you motherfuckers killed the fuck out of Martin Luther King, bro. Don't tell me what the fuck y'all was on. Like, no.
Try Jesus. Anyway. All right, man. So yeah, that's pretty funny, but also pretty sad.
You should have told dude to listen to the show.
Nah.
He would probably fucking popped an artery.
You'd be mad.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a liberal, and that's why I was telling him he needed to read the letter from the Birmingham jail because in that letter
they talked about liberals.
They talked about the motherfuckers because
they're quiet.
They don't want to rock the boat. It's never going to be the right time. It's never going to be the right tactic. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is fucked up, but maybe we shouldn't do that. That's a little extreme, Fuck out of here, man. You know what I'm saying?
Meanwhile, motherfuckers getting drugged down by motherfucking German shepherds and sprayed with water hoses. But they want non-violence.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get the fuck out of my face, bro. I said, maybe you'll get the fuck out. Stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said we ain't talking about her. Anyway, you know what? Water break.
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much do we want to find out. So let's say in this case, I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph and I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, I'm going to come straight down to where it intersects with my fuck around line. Now there's going to tell me how much I have to fuck around to find out what I need to find out. See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out. So I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
Hey, man, that's knowledge.
Well said.
Well said. If you stay here around 0, you ain't gonna fuck around and you're not gonna find out.
Not gonna find out.
You on the y-axis, asking all these why questions and about to find out.
You about to fuck around?
You
gonna fuck around on the x-axis and get x'd out, nigga.
Now we do. Hold on. Shit. We do have a video. We do have a video of a woman who fucked around and found out.
You know what?
If you walk up to me, I'll punch the shit out of you.
Go ahead.
What are you doing?
You're parking in a handicap
Shut
spot.
up. I'm just delivering packages.
No, you are parked.
Bro, move!
I don't have to. You're on my property
Bro,
now.
if you don't get the fuck out the way, I'll knock you the fuck out, bro. What the fuck wrong with you? What? Got the right one today, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about?
This is how you do it.
Oh, my bad. I thought this was the one because they have this same video, but they just have like
it has several different ones on this.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
there we go. There we go.
How we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much.
We heard him. She fuck around and she found out that
she five-fold today.
She fucked
You gonna
around.
learn today.
What'd you say? He fucked around on that y-axis too much.
Yeah.
Got
X'd out.
She got too much gradient.
Bitch, your radius was too wide.
Hey, they didn't have to put the sonic rings on it. So.
Yeah, the sonic rings is perfect, nigga.
It's always good.
Knock 3 rings out you, bitch.
Oh shit. Hey, hold on. You said you want. Oh, we skipped over sports. You said you want to talk about the Aaron Judge shit.
Yeah. I do.
Let's get into it. Let me pull up the article.
Let's get it. So did you see the fucking little meme I put up?
Yeah, and I've been on that. I'm not a baseball fan, but there are podcasts I listen to that talk about it and like put it in context.
It's Black History one.
Yeah.
You talking about Barry Bonds?
Well, it's Black History because of Barry Bonds, but Aaron Judge is also Black History.
Yeah, he is biracial. Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Which I didn't know until like a week ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Aaron Judge. Yeah, no. So every year, man, I do like and it's getting harder to do every year, but like an all nigga team, like. Yeah, like a baseball. If I take the best niggas off of every team and put them on one squad, what would this shit look like? So he's usually my right fielder.
Wait a minute, dog. Wait. How long you been doing this?
Oh, ever, nigga.
I wasn't ready. I had like a little whiskey in my throat.
I want to just get into this.
I want to talk about this one.
Nigga, for years, Derek Jeter was a shortstop, bro.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's usually pretty easy to come up with outfielders. You could probably get a first baseman here and there. Like somebody like Brandon Phillips was a second baseman for a long time, or J. Roll might have played shortstop for a while.
Who's the catcher?
It's hard to find a catcher, bro.
Yeah.
It's hard to find a catcher. So every once in a while, like, there might be, you might have to steal one from like,
Nicaragua or something.
Yeah.
You want them DR niggas.
You have to get an hermano. You know what I'm saying? You can't have a brother, you get an hermano.
He'll fit in a pitch, you know?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, shit. Salvador Perez, I mean, he black. We'll
take him.
He just pitched back.
You know what I'm saying? But and I usually try to do it with all Americans. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to do that, but I try to get like a little rotation, try to get a little bullpen. But it's getting harder and harder every year now. I don't pay as close attention for one, and they not hiring as many niggas.
No.
But Aaron Judge is, and I was talking to the elder brother of Doom about this a couple weeks ago, and I was like, watch. As soon as this nigga get close to Roger Maris number, they gonna be talking that shit like this the real record. And all the home runs Barry Bonds hit didn't mean shit.
Right.
Yep.
It's coming to fruition, you know.
Yes, I heard yesterday I was watching PTI, and I actually already knew that this was his opinion, but Michael Wilbon, black co-host.
Hold on.
He's talking about how he doesn't recognize Barry Bonds. I'm hearing the echo.
Yeah, we are too.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
All right.
Yo.
All right. Whatever happened, it stopped. Go ahead, Zed.
Okay, cool. But yeah, he was talking about how he doesn't.
Michael Wilbon?
Yeah, Michael Wilbon was saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And it disappoints me, man. That's disappointing.
Hey, did you see that meme or that little stat? I don't know how real it was that they put about, feared hitters between him and Barry Bonds.
Nigga, Barry Bonds, dude, I was a huge Barry Bonds fan before he was even a Giant. You know what I'm saying? He had already won, before he was even questioned, he won 3 MVPs.
Back in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
He won 2 in Pittsburgh, and then he won 5 with the Giants. You know, since I was a huge Barry Bonds fan. I used to argue niggas back in the day, like back in gym class, who was better, him or King Griffey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so,
King Griffey had more fare.
Yeah, what?
More fanfare, more popularity at the time.
Well, no, Griffey was like that too, man. He was a kid. You know what I'm saying?
He was like that, but I'm just saying of the two at the time. No, he was like that, no doubt.
But like, yeah, when we were in school, school age, like 93, 94, you know what I'm saying, there. Yeah, no, definitely King Griffey was more popular than Barry, but I mean...
Well, he was more personable, too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Barry was very surly with the media, but I kind of like that shit, you know what I'm saying? That shit. I used to like how you talk shit.
Yeah.
But, King Griffey was a kid, man. He his first few games were playing with his dad, you know, and so, he had a lot of injuries, and he didn't quite get to the peak that, we want him to, but he's still, 600 some odd home runs himself, you know what I'm saying?
He's still a man amongst men.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying? Not even the question. But Barry, dude, from 2001 to like 2004, 5, somewhere in there, motherfuckers would shit down their pants if they saw Barry in the lineup, bro.
Man, they wouldn't pitch to him.
At all.
Nigga, that was the stat. The stat was that Barry Bonds in a 2-week period was walked 17 times. And this nigga Aaron Judge, it took like 4 or 5 months to get there.
Right.
Exactly.
He walked 17 times.
Right.
Yeah.
And they've been
talking
talking
about that. I think it was 11 days. Like
11 days. That nigga was walked 17 times.
Crazy.
I think it was intentional walk, wasn't it?
Yes, intentional.
It wasn't
on purpose.
Walk 17 times. He was intentionally walked.
But I'm not throwing to you.
Pitch to him. Yeah. They said, a lot of Aaron Judge's walks they weren't intentional walks. They just didn't pitch over the plate. They didn't throw strikes.
Yeah, his intentional walk count was like 4 months. It was like 4 or 5 months for intentional walk.
It's not just the intentionals for Barry. No, Barry had the best eye. If Barry didn't swing, that shit wasn't a strike.
Yep, that's facts.
That's
hand eye coordination was stupid.
Like he would look
just like he hit home runs. He hit for average too.
Yeah, I'm saying he had a great eye. If they called a strike and he didn't swing, he'd look back and be like, "Motherfucker, I didn't swing on that shit. That's not a strike, bro." I don't know, dude. They used to pitch down their legs, and there's nobody in the history of the game who's been as feared as Barry Bonds. Not even Babe Ruth.
And he was going up against some boys on the pitching mound, on the mound.
Yeah.
He wasn't going up against chumps.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's the argument. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, Barry Bonds, you say he did it. Okay, fine. Don't act like the motherfuckers on the mound wasn't juicing also.
Right. And my thing is this, though, man. Like, according to my understanding, and I could be wrong, did he ever like really test positive or anything for steroids?
No.
So I feel like there's a lack of proof. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence, but I've never seen any direct evidence. And I'm not saying that he didn't take steroids. I don't know. I have suspicions.
He admitted to a cream.
He admitted what?
To a cream.
Yeah, I remember that.
Cream, right? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
From Falco, I think that he got rubbed with a cream, and he allegedly didn't know what was in it. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I'm with you, bro. Regardless of what they say, speculation. When you watch this nigga put the bat on the ball, I've not seen nobody do that shit smoother, better, or more fluid than Barry Bonds.
King Griffey had a sweet swing.
Yeah, he did. But I'm just talking about from a connection standpoint, just seeing the ball, like.
Nah, that nigga swing was so violent, bro.
Different.
It was so compact and violent. It was just
quick as shit.
Quick,
man. Yeah, man. He would turn on that bitch. So,
Roger falling asleep.
I ain't falling asleep. No, I'm thinking. What's y'all saying? I'm not falling asleep at all. Get out of here, Zeb. Anyway, no.
What I'm saying is,
go ahead.
The niggas want to shit on the black man, and that's fine, okay. But Aaron Judge is a black man too, and he does already have a share of another record. He's tied with Roger Maris, who a lot of people say has the real record because, the ones who passed him were Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, and then Barry Bonds.
But Sammy Sosa white now.
What's up?
I'm joking. Go ahead.
White.
I feel that. But, I'm not even talking about the color, though. I'm saying those are the ones who passed Maris. And he had 61 and 61 as a Yankee. And, he kind of faded from the scene after that because he got fucked with because he passed up Babe Ruth 60. You know what I'm saying? So everybody, how you gonna pass up the Babe? Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So I think he had 61 and really kind of faded the fuck out of baseball. He got a Kansas City connection, by the way. He played in the minor leagues in my backyard.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, he did for the Blues. Anyway, but the point I'm making is that Roger Maris still has the American League record. And so Aaron Judge, a black man, now has a share of that record, which is also the Yankee record. And he get one more, he'll have the American League record to himself. So, black man representing.
Black man. No, all I was thinking of, people think yes, the roids do make you stronger, blah blah blah, and it's still whoever did what. It don't give you that. It doesn't give you that pure hand-eye coordination that's needed for that sport. Because I'm here, and I went to Washburn. We had 3 or 4 white boys that was juicing, and they was all 3rd, 4th string. Niggas couldn't tackle a fucking elephant coming on an ISO. They had no athletic ability. They was just strong as shit.
I don't know if he would have gotten 750 some odd home runs. I don't know if he'd have gotten that.
Yeah.
Guarantee he would have gotten 500.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I think a lot of it too, man, is that, the steroids, it helps you recover faster from injury.
That too.
So he might have missed more, like how Ken Griffey missed a lot of time because he was injured a lot. You know what I'm saying? Whereas Barry Bonds didn't really have those, those type of major injuries. And missed a lot of time, so he had more opportunity.
He missed a game, like a season towards the end, and, as old as he got to be at the end, maybe that's who you expected. Sure. And then I know that nigga still hit like 27 or something stupid home runs in his last year, and then he got blackballed. You know what I'm saying? His contract ran over the Giants. They weren't going to renew him, and nobody else in baseball was going to sign him.
Well, right. I'm the wrong. I should be asking this question because I don't know. But one day, the whole era of like the juicing the ball too, they did something different with the baseball or some shit.
Yeah, they've done all kinds of things. They,
Yeah, so I'm like,
changed the head of the mound.
Yeah.
When Bob Gibson was on the mound killing motherfuckers.
Bob Gibson, yeah.
When Bob Gibson was killing motherfuckers in '69. They decided, we can't have this black man murdering motherfuckers on the mound. We're gonna have to lower the mound.
Lower the mound, yeah. Real
and
time.
then they play with how tightly they wind the ball. Like there was about 3 or 4 years ago, home runs was flying out at a record pace, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like stupid. And so they obviously juiced the ball. You know what I'm saying? You go back to the fucking days of like George Brett and them, nigga. They had coffee pots in the locker room that said "let it" and "unlet it," where they were giving them greenies.
Oh yeah, I remember that shit too.
Amphetamines, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah,
and so
also too, man, with the ballparks, because that new Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They've been saying that it's a home run stadium. It's a home run hit stadium. You know what I mean? So.
No, yeah. Barry was knocking them motherfuckers out of. What the fuck is that? Candlestick was I know you in the McCovey Cove, wherever the fuck the name of the stadium is. That motherfucker is not a little.
That was Candlestick, wasn't it, bro?
No, Candlestick's the old.
It was after Candlestick.
It's the one they got now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But nah, that motherfucker is not a small stadium, and he was letting that bitch go. You know what I'm saying?
When it came to baseball, I thought all that shit was just so weird. And that's the only reason why I really kept track then, because y'all know me. If it's making white people mad, I'm paying attention. Even as a young stork, I was like, oh, white people mad? Let's read up about this. So yeah.
So hold up, go back to that fucking list of black people.
Yeah, hold on. Which one?
So, where's Barry Bonds on this list, and where's Aaron Judge?
Barry ain't on this motherfucker.
Barry ain't on the list.
He eventually might become a late great. You know who's a late great?
He might.
No, you know who's a late great? Is Hank Aaron.
Oh.
No doubt, yeah, true.
Because they hated his ass when he was
He is a late great, dog. Oh, you are fucking right.
Hank Aaron's a late great. Go on. What else we got? Let me see. What other list we got? We got Americans. No, that ain't Barry or Judge, probably.
This, dog, I'm telling
you. 3, good one.
One of the good ones.
Aaron Judge might be a good one day.
Nah, he's one. It's like 2 or 1 or 2. What was go to?
2 is my bad. 2 is we're going the wrong way. My bad. Wrong way. American.
Nah,
no, my bad. I'm sorry. The first.
You mean 5 and 4? My bad. My bad, pimp.
I don't think he's old.
I think he might be transgender, maybe.
Yeah.
What was a transgender? He just happens to be black. He makes white people colorblind. He might be a transgender, bro.
Because most people don't even, when they look at Aaron Judge, I don't think they even think.
They ain't even know he's black.
Yeah, exactly.
Tiger Woods, before he started fucking Waffle House waitresses.
Nigga, they knew he was black. They're like, man, hey, we ain't got no chicken on the tour.
I know, but but they loved him. The other golfers may not like that nigga because the motherfucker was whacking that ball 1,000 motherfucking yards off the tee.
They loved him more when his wife hit him with that damn golf club.
But they probably loved him more when they saw them motherfucking ticket sales too.
Yeah.
Well, no
he was around creating a race, capitalization, whatever you call that shit.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's why he was trying to make him. He's colorblind, and he transcended his own race.
that nigga created a race.
Transcended his own race.
That's what I'm saying. That nigga transcended the whole race, nigga. That nigga.
Capitalization.
That's what I'm saying. I'm with you. He might be the Jeff Bezos of race, nigga. He out here. This nigga, the Tesla race, nigga. That nigga ain't nothing we ain't ever seen before.
We got all kind of energy to it, bro. Oh man.
Oh shit.
Hey,
Okay.
man, shout out to Aaron Judge for being transcendent, bro.
Yeah, shout out to him. Shout out to him. And then, damn it, shout out to the real man.
Time is money. He said instead of him spending time to get what he wants, he'd rather pay for it.
Well, he sound like a trick. Yeah, nigga, ain't nothing like a hunt. Yeah, all real men want to hunt, homie. Don't no real man want to feel like a trick. Nigga feel low in the mouth. Say, don't no nigga want to feel like no trick. Nigga, please, no, man. Nigga want to be able to go somewhere and make eye contact with a woman like the old days. You know, like two animals. Yeah, make eye contact. You go smell her butt, she smell your butt. The scent, you know, the man and the woman scent that they give off. You know how the dogs do. And then when you try to straddle up on her, she move and bite it. You know, make you get off of her. That kind of thing. And then y'all wrestle and bite at each other's ears a little bit. But yeah, that kind of, the old days. No, man, I'm with the hunting, homie. You get up and you dress up pretty and you go somewhere and you don't know no woman. And you go try to get your phone number and you try to have your one night stand. That don't, you know, but you got to have campaign money, campaign funds. You buy a woman a drink. She might got two buddies.
That's what it's called, campaign money?
Yeah, campaign funds.
Campaign.
Yeah, trying to get elected and selected. So you
This nigga didn't turn getting pussy into Call of Duty. You gotta have them campaign funds.
She might got two buddies with her. You got to buy her and her two buddies a drink to talk to her if you want to really get her attention. No, all that coming up talking about how much for it. That's why all the women treat the boys like tricks and perverts now. That's the pervert line. How much you want for it? That's he doing that out of desperation. He don't know how to sit and wait and try to get it and be consistent, picking at it or trying to charm her out of it. He want it right now. Be aware of them kind of niggas. They might take it. Yeah, watch them niggas that's talking about I pay for it. How much it cost? I'll give you anything. No, nigga, get on. No, for real, man.
Time is money.
They might try to take it.
You might be right, AC.
I'm telling you, man, that nigga will entertain you and take you all the way around the world to bring you back to a point where you be like, man, that nigga right.
And if you ain't recognize his voice, that is the Brothers Breaking Bread, world famous Sip and Fall nigga. Always dropping some knowledge.
What's his name again, Zeb?
Charleston White.
Oh, it's right there. Charleston White. My bad. I thought that was some other shit. Yeah, Charleston White. That's his real name. But I like I love him, Sip and Fall niggas. He teach you how to get paid. He teach you how to watch out for perverts. He own it.
Nigga told us about the chip.
The chip? You talking about the chip? He own it. Joe like shaking his head like, fuck this nigga.
Nah, man, I recognize all the logic he put up in that motherfucker, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was like, nah, he ain't. I told AC, I ain't hear not one lie.
Not one lie? Not one lie? No? Cause I ain't paying for shit. Fuck that. And wait a minute, it come back full circle.
This nigga might pay for it.
This nigga that he was talking about. Up next.
We all out here in this world, and we all got to make it happen, and ain't nothing stopping me. So, like, I'm very hopeful and confident.
After this interview, Ashif sent a picture of his penis to our producer.
So what that was the clip. Vice TV. They had the thing is a sympathy piece. So it's probably a piece about fucking trying to reintegrate sex offenders with they don't specify the level, but they are sex offenders in our society. And so it was a clip of this brother, as you just heard, 6 seconds, where he's like, I'm hopeful, I'm grateful, all this shit. And they like, as soon as this nigga left the interview, he sent a dick pic to the producer.
That nigga need one of them shameware apps, nigga.
He need all the apps. Matter of fact, that nigga need a flip phone and not the new Samsung joint. He need an old school flip phone with no camera because technology's gonna be there for this nigga. This nigga left a interview for a show talking about rehabbing sex offenders and sent the producer a dick pic before he got on the fucking train to go home.
Man, baby steps.
Bro,
baby steps.
Baby steps, bro.
That means this nigga walked in the room, looked at her, and said, "Bitch, you getting a pic.
You getting a dick pic. You."
He might have fought it the whole fucking show. He might have been like the whole interview, like, I'm gonna go give her a dick pic. Nah, I can't give her a dick pic.
Wait a minute, nigga. You said baby steps. Hold up. You said baby steps. He was like sitting there talking about, I'm gonna show him my dick. I'm gonna show him my dick. You know what? I'm reformed. I'm a man of God. I'm gonna send her a picture.
Hey man, this shit remind me of Bowfinger, bro.
Dude. But hold on, 1 second though.
Man, go see if you can find that clip, bro.
Hey dog, but 1 second though.
I stand here before you today. The Lakers girls cheerleading squad needs to be taken down a peg or two.
But hold on though, if this nigga ain't from Kansas City, I shame him. I shame him for wearing a motherfucking Kansas City Royals hat, which is obviously a fucking New York subway or some kind of East Coast subway. I shame you, sir. I shame you.
Hey, nigga, that hat is fresh to death, though.
It is fresh, but nigga, you can't be a fucking sex offender sending dicks to people with my city's hat on, nigga.
Just representing our small town values, bro.
Small town. Hold up, though. Hold up. We are the Show Me State. I'm out.
We got a show title, bro.
Show Me State.
It all makes sense.
You know what? I take back what I said. Wear the hat, my nigga. Wear the hat.
Hey, fuck around, you gon' find out.
That nigga might be over there partying with Andy Reid and them at the Chiefs Stadium, bro. Getting drunk.
Percocets. Molly Percocets. Molly Percocets.
You niggas is wild, bro. Where the girls at on the show, man?
Right.
Kim and Lady Lavender, when y'all hear this, this is y'all fault.
Come rescue us.
Y'all left us alone to our own devices.
Shit. You know what? We got one more tab.
All we can do is lay in our own filth.
That's it. That's all we gonna do. Lay in our own filth and watch football. What else? What else is there? You put the fucking spyware, the shameware on our phones. We can't even masturbate. We must watch the football and lay in our filth. All right. Okay. Whew. Okay, hold on. This is bad. We should probably just go to bed. I don't know if we should finish the show with this.
Nigga, we are here.
It's like when you at the top of a roller coaster.
Nigga, fuck it.
Oh, shit.
I blame Kim and Anna for this because we can't organize. This shit should have been somewhere in the front of the show, bro.
It should have been. But here we are.
It's still fuckery.
Okay. I'm going to try to read this article. I'm going to try to read the headline. Whew. Oh, my head is hurting. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Oklahoma woman admits strangling female housemate to death during fight about food stamps and tried to burn the body on 2 different days.
Look at that whole fucking headline, bro. Hold on, go back to the headline. There's so much in there, bro.
Dog, do these motherfuckers not believe in commas or lowercase letters?
Nigga, that headline is so aggressive, bro.
Aggressive. It should have been in all caps.
Oklahoma woman admits to strangling female housemaid to death during a fight about food stamps. And it burns the body 2 different days. Nigga, one wasn't enough.
Okay.
Barbecue that bitch, bro.
A 30-year-old woman has admitted to strangling the female victim to death during an argument with food stamps and then twice trying to set the victim's body on fire in an effort to cover up the crime. The U.S. Attorney's Office for Northern District, Oklahoma announced on Friday. Federal prosecutor says Jessica LaVon McBride of Tulsa pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter in an attempt to commit arson. That's all bad. The victim, Tracy Russell, had previously allowed the defendant and her boyfriend to stay with her in exchange for assistance with groceries. Wait a minute. You know, I guess it's, yeah, you gotta eat. I got a house, you got food. Okay, I guess it makes sense. The Department of Justice wrote in a press release. However, the victim later requested the defendant and her boyfriend leave the residence. The DOJ said in a plea agreement, McBride admitted she left, but then she came back. The document contains the formal confession signed by the defendant. The defendant, my bad. Yeah, she stole my food stamps. Then I took a blanket, covered Tracy, Elliot, and Russell with it, lit it on fire. I set the fire intending to burn Tracy, Elliot Russell's body in her residence located on North Johnstown Avenue. Took Oklahoma to destroy evidence. However, the fire did not burn the residence down. That's so sad. She left the premises. However, she admitted she returned 3 days later to try to finish the job.
Wow. So she tried to burn a blanket.
Yeah.
And then that didn't work, so she came back with lighter fluid.
Yeah.
God damn.
You still couldn't figure out how to burn the house down?
Why did she just take the body and go bury it somewhere?
Probably couldn't pick her up and move her and shit without some help.
Her boyfriend?
And she might not have told him.
Man, the way this is reading in this whole story, I am sure her boyfriend was right there doing the line of cocaine when she got killed.
Like meth. I feel like
that just fucked up the whole show.
You gotta make a deal.
What happened? The Indian heritage?
Food stamps. You on meth, not cocaine.
Yeah, we just out here burning Native American women.
I don't know why I'm laughing.
How about that?
You started laughing,
I'm
nigga.
gonna say something wild, but I don't want to say it, bro.
Say it.
No.
Say it. Say it. Say it.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Say it. Indian burn.
No.
She brought back a bottle of fire water to burn.
Okay, I'm going to bed.
It fucked up the whole show, bro. We should have had this shit earlier.
Why are we laughing still, though?
I don't know.
All right, it's time to go to bed.
She killed some food stamps, bro. Nigga, she came back for the food stamps.
It's bad. Ugh. I bought some camp fuel. I'm trying to see if her boyfriend was anywhere in this.
I was thinking if they have reason to believe that he knew about it, they would have arrested his ass.
Yeah, that is true too. Yeah, it probably should have been earlier in the show, but that's fine. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's all good.
Because we on that high and we're looking at this story like, I just want to laugh, but this is not funny.
It is kind of,
the headline's funny as fuck.
It is funny. That is funny, but this is sad.
It's a tragic ass story.
It's fucking horrible. Fucking horrible.
It's horrible. You sound like Seinfeld for a second. That's pretty good. Oh man. That's a, you know what? That is a crazy ass statement. Jessica McBride stayed in the home of the victim. In return, she took her life because of missing food stamps. That is crazy. You going to jail for food stamps?
Food stamps.
Food stamps.
Motherfuckers is crazy, dog. I'm telling you, man. It's sickness, dog.
Thanos is right. Send the asteroid. Please.
Oh, speaking of which.
Oh, Florida?
No, NASA.
Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, man, I deleted. Oh, shit. I had it up.
I think NASA sent like a $33 million
like $50 million or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, something stupid.
A lot of money.
Projectile to blow up an asteroid at 1,500 miles an hour, so 15,000 miles an hour or something like that.
See what they'll do, what happened.
Yeah, see what would happen. And so motherfuckers are certain there's one on the way, and they ain't telling you.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Praise him. Praise him.
So based on this test, would NASA say anything if it was on the way?
I don't know how successful was the test.
It hit it.
Fuck no, you niggas seen Don't Look Up.
Ah, I love it. I love it. We're gonna go.
Hell no, they wouldn't say nothing.
Yeah.
No, that was a mission probably to mine the asteroid that's coming to kill us. If you seen Don't Look Up.
Trying to get some resources.
Yeah, get the resources.
Even though it's about to destroy the world.
Yeah, it's all bad. We ain't. Hey man, humans are not good. Look, the last 15 minutes of this show has proven that we.
Yeah. People ain't shit.
We ain't shit. Sorry, y'all.
Oh.
You know, I know we ain't. Oh, damn it. We don't already talk about shit like that, though. But I guess I should ask. Did y'all see that the football game on Thursday?
I didn't see it, but I saw the
Bengals and
I saw the projectile.
The Bengals in Miami, bro. Tua got fucked up.
Yeah, I was watching that. Yeah, it's a bad look.
Like, bro, we have all seen football games, even personally, I've seen it too.
What the fuck happened to Tua?
Dog, you didn't see that shit?
You don't know?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Tell me, Roger.
Bro, that nigga was up throwing gang signs after his concussion.
Dog, like, that's what I was about to say. Like, I'm sure we've all seen niggas lock up, they get hit. I've seen, like, personally seen niggas get locked up. I've been, like, knocked out before in a football game. But, bruh, I have never seen a nigga's fingers.
Yeah.
Nigga,
I thought that at first I thought that he, like, had broke his fucking fingers or something like that, man. The way his fingers was looking.
AC,
wow.
Like.
Are you looking it up now?
You may not be able to find a video because, like, I think the NFL has, like.
I don't know.
Yeah, so AC, you know he got fucked up last Sunday.
No, I didn't.
I do have that video.
Sunday too.
Huh?
I didn't know he got fucked up Sunday too.
So
yeah, he got hit. He got hit Sunday, and he got up.
They said a back injury.
Immediately he started walking and then fell. Like he was wobbling, like he was unsteady. And his line, his teammates ran to him to, hold him up.
But hold on, Zeb, like before you go forward, bro, like also AC when that happened, so he said they want us to believe it was a back injury. Hey Zeb, what that nigga was grabbing when his teammates held him up?
His head.
His fucking head.
Yeah.
Not his. Everybody here on this motherfucker has either pulled a back muscle or fucked their back up. Yeah. I don't hold my head when my back hurt.
Yeah. Nope. And
Go
so
ahead.
they said he passed concussion protocol rather. And so, obviously this is a Thursday game. That just happened Sunday. But he started on Thursday last night.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was, he dropped back for a pass. What's this, like in the third quarter?
No, second.
Second quarter? Second.
Because
yeah, you're right.
The delay was so long, I thought it was halftime, nigga.
Right, yeah, that's true. That. Yep. And he got slammed down. He got sacked. He got slammed down, and his head, back of his head.
I'm watching it right now, bro.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you see it. You see, they showing his hands and shit.
Yep.
Hey, dog, like, I ain't never seen niggas' fingers do that.
Yeah. Either.
Nigga, as soon as it happened, I was like, oh, his brain is fucked up.
Scrambled.
Cause like you said, motherfuckers talking about, break his hand, shit like that. I said, dog, that nigga's all his fingers were crossing over each other.
Yeah, it was
your
crazy.
brain shut the fuck down for a hot 10 seconds.
Yep.
And like I said, we've all seen niggas like when they get knocked out, they do that posturing like this, they like this, shit like that. I ain't never seen a nigga's fingers do that.
They called it something. I heard I think they called it fencing or some shit like that.
Yeah, they're different levels.
Some sort of neurological reaction to a concussion, basically.
Yeah, there are different levels of posturing. Yeah, I don't know all the name. It's basically named after people who fucking said, yeah, this is what happens. But yeah, I don't know all the levels of it. But yeah, that is like severe posturing. That's like your body's like, I'm reverting back to a fucking before I was a fucking actual human state.
Yeah, that shit's crazy, man. So that's gonna be some shit, bro. Like,
yeah,
that's gonna be some shit, dog.
Because the NFL PA is suing, right?
Yeah, because if you watch him try to get up and walk in that Bills game, there is no way he should have been back in that game.
He shouldn't have been playing, yeah.
See, I didn't
maybe if the game was on Sunday, maybe. But Thursday? Hell nah. But I don't even think Sunday. I don't even think a week.
But no, Zeb, I'm saying you telling me he cleared concussion protocol?
Right.
In the Bills game?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they took a bunch of shortcuts.
Yeah, dog, like that nigga did the stanky, like, dog, like, and then was like, my brain. Yeah.
And I think, he played a part in it. I think he was the one that said it was his back and his ankle or something like that.
Fuck that.
But he's been having a good season, so he want to. But yeah, man, you got to.
The protocols are to save you from yourself because motherfuckers go out because we've been told to be warriors. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not blaming that shit on him.
No, not at all. I'm not saying that.
No, he's just. I hear you.
That's what I'm saying. The team is supposed to protect him from himself. Right. I don't fault him for one to. Yeah, that's how he been raised to play. That's how you playing football, man. You raised to like you said, to be warriors. So I'm not blaming him. I'm saying the team should have, they should have known better. They shouldn't have put him in that position. They shouldn't even allowed him to be out there, man.
Yeah, and it's not. And like I was telling 30 Pieces on Twitter, it's not lost on me. It's the same team that tried to get rid of this nigga when Timothy Brady was looking for a football team. Same motherfucker they was telling the coach to tank the season
games,
so
right.
they can get a higher draft pick.
Yeah.
Get a quarterback. It ain't lost on me that this the same team did that while this man was their quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Ain't the owner
Flores too.
Ain't the owner suspended for a year for tampering or some shit?
Yeah.
I think they said he tampered with Tom Brady.
Well, no, not a year. He got it was like 3 or 4 games.
Oh, okay.
It's some money.
Don't forget how they did the coach though, Flores.
Yo, yeah, Flores got fired.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
After what, like a 9-7 season, right?
Nigga, after a winning season, yes. Something they had not had down there in a hot minute.
Forever.
So yeah, none of that shit. None. And we talk about it all the time. As black men, ain't none of that shit lost on us. That these white motherfuckers just fucking around like, whatever.
Yeah.
But also like you said, it goes on tour. They probably like, you think you can play? He's like saying, this the same team trying to get rid of me. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna play.
Right.
You niggas trying to get rid of me.
Yeah, and he's finally having a good season.
Great season.
First few, exactly, yeah. I mean, it's the first few games, so I can't.
Oh, I mean, for what they've been putting up, my bad. Ooh,
yeah. So of course he gonna want to play. He gonna do whatever he can to play. He gonna say whatever he think he needs to say to play.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So all right, but I messed shit about that up doing. We got on our Aaron Judge shit, which led to something else. But doing the sports talk, I want to talk about that. Like, that was crazy, and hopefully he's okay, and hopefully
they said they released him from the hospital. He flew back with the team, but
but he hadn't got an MRI yet, and he hadn't been fully evaluated.
Who knows about exactly what's really going on?
Yep. So it's like that. Hopefully he sit his ass down and fucking like heal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. For some weeks.
I'm surprised they put him back on the plane.
That's a good point too.
All that shit, dog. Like when they said like he flew back with the team, and then did you hear what this crazy motherfucker Mike McDaniel said? Like we sat on the plane and we're watching some shit, a movie together, and I was watching him, and everything is okay, and some shit he's fine, and it's like, nigga, you're not a doctor. Stop talking about this shit. Shut the fuck up. Nigga, stick to your history books that keep pushing down my throat. That makes you the smartest man on earth, I guess. Like, nigga,
nah, you're right. He need to learn how to sidestep that shit.
No, you gotta learn. The same way you sidestep the question about you being black, sidestep this other shit, bro.
Right, exactly, yeah.
same energy, my nigga.
Yeah. Yep, you're right about that, dog.
Yep.
Yeah, slip that block, nigga.
Yep, slip that block.
Right. You still farmed the shit out of that question.
Yeah. I see myself more as a human. Okay. Hey, start losing down there in that area of Florida and see what happens. See how human you are.
He said he saw himself as a human. He do as a paycheck.
Yeah.
He see two as his retirement benefits.
Yeah. Cause tell you two gloves ain't gonna get it done, unfortunately. All right, man. Tabs tabulated. People got to get up. The women of the Brothers Breaking Bread have left us adrift out here in this sea of fuckery.
And our own juices. In film.
Let me stop. I'm about to bring it back full circle and be like, we got AC here for butt plugs and other products to keep us afloat. They'll probably like, nigga, Roger, don't come back till the football season's over, nigga.
Right, we come in tuned up today too, man.
Hey, we beat the fucking brakes off this team, so I was hyped because niggas was worried, but I'm hyped. Let's go.
This nigga texted me late like we just got off at 11:30. I think he texted at 11:37. Y'all ain't on still? Y'all not coming out to play no more?
Hey, like that nigga, that kid that had to go to church service in the middle of the week. y'all ain't hooping no more?
Y'all done? Yeah. I said, nah, bro, we had a short episode. We got off, man.
Don't worry. These jokes will always live with me. I will keep them.
Nigga had them saved up, man.
But nah, man.
That's from that malware on his phone locking up the.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, I wasn't gonna say it, but I was literally being.
He had it saved up, bro.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll be singing. Hey, I'll fucking cover myself in butter, singing the motherfucking song from Cats. Memories in the corners of my mind. You won't stop me from getting this nut. No, sir.
Yes.
I missed y'all.
Butter.
I missed y'all.
Not shea butter.
But just butter.
Butter.
Just straight.
Land of Lakes, nigga.
Unsalted. Unsalted, dog.
Singing the cat song.
Memories. They gon' delete the fucking program from my shit from their end. They gonna be like, we've seen enough. This nigga cannot be rehabilitated.
They gonna have the victory app buzzing like fucking phone frying.
And shortly after this program, Roger sent a dick pic to the producer.
Nigga, that would be Joe. That's fucked up.
Oh no.
Oh shit. All right, man. Hey, fuck it. Don't break bread with your brothers. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Do that shit. I'm pouring it into the group, bro.
Hey, do not break bread with your brothers at all.
Sleep tonight, man. I'm gonna have nightmares.
Memories.
Nigga with chance spread. This nigga broke out the country crock.
Oh shit. I'm like, hold on, is that Zeb on the line? Ooh.
Nigga got a brown tub in the refrigerator.
Woo.
He go spread on his country cock.
All right. All right. Do not. Oh shit. Lord boy.
Oh man.
Whew. Okay, we're gonna try it. All right. Bring it back. Come on back to earth, y'all. Come on back. Back. All right, man. The tabs have been tabulated, man. Any caveats out there? Everyone's good. Amen. Okay.
I got a caveat, nigga.
Damn it.
Hey, we call the episode. If we call the episode "Show Me," doesn't mean you actually have to show me.
I'm not sending anything to you, sir. Nothing.
You do not take that literal, bro. Do not show me.
All right.
My son Wiley, man. I got to deal with him, man.
All right.
That motherfucker's crazy.
All right,
We done woke up the boy, man. We done woke.
Damn, my bad. All right, man. We gotta get out of here, man. Shit, fucking Zeb the Soldier, Slim AC, half of the Buzz of Doom, Joe Jeff. I'm the KC Stork. Never, ever miss a moment to break bread with your brothers or sisters on here. Y'all see the outcome. Buzz breaking bread. We out.
Break bread with your brothers whenever possible.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino online.
I was only playing for fun, so winning was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's favorite free online social casino. You too could have the chance to win life-changing cash prizes. Absolutely anybody could be like Mary. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and play for free now. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of the winner.
Audio Jungle.
Introducing the Planet Fitness Guide to getting that post-workout glow. Step 1. What's your why? More epic energy? Better sleep? Blow off steam? Step 2. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime, and get moving. Go cardio crazy in our clean and spacious clubs, or get down with some dumbbells and strength equipment. Step 3. Bask in that post-workout glow. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, October 14th. It's glow time. See club for details. Right here in your neighborhood.
Here's a little tale about hard-to-recycle plastics. Their destinies were changed. Their new lives are fantastic. What once was trash can live on as new things with a program that complements your regular recycling. 'Cause plastics can be so much more. Give this trash the second chance it was hoping for.
Your hard-to-recycle plastics can be so much more. Participate in the Hefty Energy Bag program happening in your neighborhood today.
All right, folks, you are listening to Table Talk here at the Philadelphia Sports Table Podcast Show, the longest-running weekly Philly sports podcast show in the world. That's right. It is Monday, October 3rd. Hope you are doing well. We've got a lot of great discussion coming your way this week here on our Table Talk interview show. We're going to be getting into the college football season, what we've been seeing so far, some surprises, some storylines that we are following. It's been a very interesting up and down college football season for a lot of different programs, but you know, what's kind of happening to some of these programs? We're going to take a deep dive into a few of them here for sure. Let's get to it. It's great to have back on the podcast to get into this college football season. He is from the Nittany Lion Wire over at USA Today. Check out everything they're doing over there. Great content. And also he's a contributor at Athlon Sports as well. We've got the one and only Kevin McGuire. How you doing, Kevin?
I'm doing great, Jeff. It's good to talk to you. And, you know, it's we're doing this early October. It's fall. It's cold outside. Made some soup for the first time this season.
There you go.
Perfect football weather, if I must say.
Absolutely. I had some beef stew in our crock pot yesterday. Perfect football food. You know, you got to love the crock pots during football season, Kevin. At least I do.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It is the aroma of the season. It just goes so well, and you know, it makes up for, you know, when it gets the cold, rainy weather that we've been having.
Absolutely.
You know, it's nice, comfy, and you know, it helps when the football teams that we're interested in are winning games too.
Absolutely. We're going to get into that in just a bit here, but really quick, folks, make sure you're following Kevin on Twitter at Kevin on CFB. At Kevin on CFB is a great follow. And to get into one of those teams right off the bat here, Kevin, Penn State Nittany Lions. My Penn State Nittany Lions. I know you enjoy and follow this team as well. This team is 5-0, undefeated. Now they're number 10 in the nation from the latest AP poll that I saw today. I mean, not only is this fantastic, but I'm not sure that too many of us fans really kind of expected this necessarily. However, I have a caveat here that I want to really get into with you. It's after watching some of these games, after watching some of them, I feel kind of underwhelmed. I feel like, boy, they really pulled that one out, or it was a nail biter. There was some stress involved with it. And I know football should be like that. Football should be like that. It's entertaining. That's why we watch it. Man, this past week's game, that was kind of one of those games where it's just kind of an underwhelming feeling coming out of it. I'm not the only one that's feeling this way. What do you think is leading some of us here to think that way about this Penn State season, perhaps, even though they're 5-0, undefeated? Or are these folks and myself just crazy? I don't know. What are your thoughts here?
I don't think you're crazy, but I think what we have witnessed in the first 5 games of the season, really the first month of the season, is the best case scenario for Penn State, where they go on the road and they win a hard-fought game on that opening night, Thursday night at Purdue. That was not going to be an easy game the way it was scheduled, but they came out of there with a win. And then a couple weeks later, they go down to Auburn and completely smash Auburn.
Yeah.
But now you're wondering, Auburn doesn't look all that good. So how good of a win is it really? I still say you go into SEC territory and come away with that dominating performance the way you did. That's something to be proud of. But then you follow it up with a little bit of a more not lackadaisical victory against Central Michigan, or not to undersell what they've accomplished, but this past weekend against Northwestern, it was anything but pretty. I mean, that was,
and that's what I'm saying. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Against a team that's not necessarily the best in the Big Ten.
Not at all. I mean, Northwestern is not a good team this year. There were the weather elements. I know James Franklin is not going to make that as an excuse, but I mean, let's be real. I mean, Northwestern turned the ball over too. So it's kind of, it's kind of an ebbs and flows of the season. And I think the fact that Penn State started 5-0 last year, and now you see them sitting at 5-0 with some of the games that they still have coming up.
Yeah.
And I think you, like a lot of people, are probably kind of skeptical, saying, why should I buy in just now? Go on the road in a couple of weeks and beat Michigan, then we'll talk.
Right.
And I think that that's fair, because I do think that this season for Penn State, it's all about regaining the trust that they had before the COVID season, where, the last couple of years have been pretty mediocre. But, there's no other way to say it. But before that, it was actually pretty good. So they're trying to get back to that level of respectability, and they're slowly earning it. I don't know if they're really the 10th best team in the country right now, but the way that this season has gone around the sport of college football, I mean, they've earned the ranking that they currently have, but there's still something that they have to prove. And I think that the program understands that moving forward. So the biggest challenges for them are still ahead. So if you're waiting to see what they do in their next 3 games after their bye week this week, I think that is totally fair. And I would not question anybody for it. But there are some really good things happening with this team right now. I know the last game was really ugly, but there are some really good things happening right now that I think is a little bit different from what we've seen the last couple of years.
It's something we got to keep in mind, folks. I think Kevin makes some very, very good points for sure as it pertains to this Penn State football program. Let's keep our heads up here. Let's enjoy the wins. Let's try to do that. I'm going to definitely try to do that myself. But I want to move to another team here in the Big Ten who certainly has seen a shakeup over the course of the past 24 hours as we're recording this. And I think the firing of Paul Chryst at Wisconsin was a bit of a shock here, given his record of 67-26 during his tenure. That's nothing to just sneeze at. And I Kevin, I tend to think that in-season college football firings kind of just make a mockery of the whole, quote, commitment and togetherness of what college football teams and so many programs really try to symbolize and try to put forth to their fans, to their alum, all of that. Do you think this is more of like this more cold and callous way of doing business in college football kind of is starting to remind us and kind of look like what happens in the NFL? I'm wondering what your thoughts are and why it might be this new era of coaching firings that we may be seeing here.
Yeah, I was to say, we're recording this on October 3rd, and we have already had 5 head coaches fired at the FBS level.
Yeah.
That, I don't know if it's unprecedented, but it sure seems like it. I've been following the coaching carousel for a number of years, and every now and then we get 1 or 2 coaches that are fired before October. But again, we've got 5 there. So there were just 2 yesterday. It wasn't just Wisconsin.
That's true.
Colorado fired their coach.
Yep.
Much more expected at Colorado, the way things have been going there. But Wisconsin firing Paul Chryst after a tough start to the season. But with all that success that you kind of alluded to, I mean, he's been a very successful coach at Wisconsin. He's gotten to the Big Ten championship game 3 times in his career there. He's 6-1 in bowl games. I mean, that's a pretty impressive record. The question is, if you're Wisconsin, have you felt like he has plateaued and he has taken Wisconsin as far as they're going to go? And I think that that's a very important question because things are about to change in the Big Ten. USC and UCLA are coming in the next couple of years. The division format could be completely scrapped or completely reworked. So where is Wisconsin going to be in that hodgepodge of the 16-team Big Ten, if it is only 16 teams too? So this is a pretty critical point right now, especially if you feel like your next head coach is out there and there's another team in the Big Ten in Nebraska that could be targeting the same guy. So there's a lot at stake here, but I think the big takeaway I have from this Wisconsin coaching change, as shocking as I feel it was, is because we are seeing the next level of the business and the industry of college sports kind of taking fold there. Because Wisconsin is not a school that is going to make this kind of a change typically. It costs a lot of money. Now, there are reports that Paul Chryst has agreed to a much lower buyout, so kudos to Wisconsin for being able to swing that. But whatever the case may be, it is telling that a school like Wisconsin, starts off 2-3 with a guy that has been very successful there in terms of wins and losses, and kind of moves forward. Now, the Big Ten makes a lot of money, so. And that's only going to continue to skyrocket. So maybe that's another ingredient here that allows for a school like Wisconsin to make this kind of change that kind of goes against the grain of the way they've operated for years.
And I'm thinking this whole time, even before the season started, one of my predictions was that we would see Ohio State and Wisconsin in the Big Ten championship game.
Same here.
Yeah, we may have talked about that the last time you were on. I'm thinking to myself, how does this happen? It's becoming a more callous, I think, type of an approach to what the college head coach really is, should be what they actually symbolize. And speaking of one particular college head coach that I thought was going to be out the door a couple years ago, it's UCLA's head coach, a guy we all know too well here in the world of Philly sports, Mr. Chip Kelly. He is 5-0 this season. Certainly is helping this program out at UCLA as he's now in his 5th year as the head coach there, Kevin. Should we keep discounting UCLA in the Pac-12 race, or are, they a true contender here? What are your thoughts?
They really showed something this past weekend. That was a big win against a very good Washington team.
Yes.
That was, just kind of back in the top 25 rankings themselves. And then UCLA kind of says, no, you're out of it now. So I got to say, I'm a little bit surprised at how well UCLA has played this year, because the way things were going for Chip Kelly and UCLA, I didn't feel like it was going to start coming together. And maybe it is this year.
Yeah.
I still don't think that they're the best team in the conference. I don't know if they're the third best. I don't know if they're the second best team in their own division. They've got a division with USC and Utah, which is still a very good team. So
And I think they play Utah this week, do they play Utah this week? I'm not sure. I think they might.
I got to check the double
okay,
check the schedule.
I think they might.
They're going to play Utah and they're going to play USC. So
right.
They're going to have those opportunities regardless of when those games are played. But this is a good team. And, look at the rest of the Pac-12, and UCLA has certainly kind of forced themselves into the conversation for Pac-12 title consideration. But again, like I said, I think they're the third best team in that Pac-12 South, but it's a very good third best team because USC is very good. Utah, even though they lost their season opener in Florida, is probably the most well-rounded program and consistent program you get out of the Pac-12. So to be in the running there, see what you do against a team like Utah, USC later on in the year. UCLA could be playing themselves into a potential New Year's Six bowl discussion. Ooh. I think that might be a little bit of a reach, but their stock is going up, and that's credit to Chip Kelly. Things have finally started to take place. When Chip Kelly got hired at UCLA, I thought it was the perfect spot for him, and then that prediction wasn't really looking all that great for a few years. But maybe now, the fruition of the time passing by has kind of paid off a little bit. So we'll see where they go from here. But certainly Chip Kelly's enjoying life in UCLA and future Big Ten member UCLA.
Oh my gosh,
so
yeah.
I'm hoping that Chip Kelly hangs around long enough to be there when that move is made, because that's going to be a lot of fun.
That would be a lot of fun. And yes, UCLA does play Utah this coming Saturday on October 8th. So that's definitely going to be a barometer for how well I think UCLA is able to do for the rest of the season, I think, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You would think so as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Even if they don't come out with a win, just seeing what they do against Utah, I think will be very telling. If it's a really close game that goes down to the wire and they come up short, I'm not going to knock them too hard, because they will prove to me that they certainly belong in the Pac-12 discussion, because like I said, Utah, I think, is the most well-rounded team that conference has to offer. And USC is the most talented team. So UCLA gets a little bit of a mix of both. That's not a bad recipe.
All right, very good. Again, folks, we're talking to Kevin McGuire from the Nittany Lion Wire over at USA Today, and also a contributor over at Athlon Sports. Follow him on Twitter at KevinOnCFB. He's a great follow. And let's move on to one program right now that I got to say, like, I don't mind seeing having the struggles here and there, quite frankly, and that's one Notre Dame. My gosh, their fall from grace certainly wasn't expected by many. They've been a big surprise this season, and of course, not in a positive way. Marshall beats them, and they just haven't played like a football team this year that's really kind of just been in sync with each other, offensively, defensively. Kevin, what's happening with Notre Dame, and are they able to get it back together? What are your thoughts?
Well, I'll go backwards. No, I don't think they're going to get back together enough. Because, honestly, before the season started, I thought Notre Dame was grossly overrated in the national rankings. I thought that they were going to lose 4 games this season just before the year started.
Yeah.
One of them being the Ohio State game. They got to play USC later on, and I figured they were probably going to lose 2 more games somewhere along the way. I never expected one of those losses to be to Marshall, right. So I can't say I'm going to take any credit for that. But, I still think there's a few more losses coming for this Notre Dame team. So it's a program that has a new head coach in Marcus Freeman, and while Notre Dame loves Marcus Freeman, and maybe he's going to prove to be a very good head coach, he's still a first-year head coach, and his first couple games were really tough matchups.
Rough, man.
With a New Year's Six bowl matchup, on the road at Ohio State to open the season. I'm not going to knock him too hard for that, but things do need to change here, and I think not necessarily with the head coach, but probably elsewhere on the staff. I looked it up before we started this, all right? So Notre Dame has, I think, the 94th ranked total offense in college football. Now, there's a website called cfbstats.com. I use it all the time. It goes all the way back to 2009. I went through year by year by year to find out when the last time Notre Dame was ranked that low in total offense, and they were never lower than mid-60s.
Oh, my gosh.
Going back to 2009. So we're talking about an incredibly rare, inept Notre Dame offense in hand, and their offensive coordinator is former quarterback Tommy Rees, who I think is going to be probably the first name that's going to be a part of any kind of changes that happen with Notre Dame. And until they make that kind of a change, I don't think there's going to be much help for saving this season, at least offensively. So, I still think Notre Dame has plenty of talent. It's just a matter of, coming up with better game plan, game strategy. Maybe they can put it together in the second half. But, Tommy Rees, I think, is the guy that's going to be taking a lot of the criticism because of this historically bad Notre Dame offense that we're seeing right now. Historically in a generational term, I guess. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen this offense at Notre Dame, struggle as much as we've been seeing this year.
Exactly. I great points. And I look at other teams throughout the nation that really have been surprising us. One is Kansas. I mean, they're ranked, I think, right below UCLA in the latest AP poll, and they're 5-0 in the season. I mean, this is Kansas that historically hasn't had the greatest football program. But I'm wondering, is there a program or a storyline this college football season thus far, Kevin, that's really surprised you, and why?
Well, Kansas is the runaway answer here. Okay. I'm not going to. I mean, you kind of stole right there for me. But Kansas actually is a very fun team to watch. They've been very entertaining. Lance Leipold has done a terrific job there.
Yes.
And it's a case where if you're looking for a head coaching, by the way, if Wisconsin is listening, get Lance Leipold, because he would be a home run hire for Wisconsin. He was very successful at the Division III level with Wisconsin Whitewater.
Yeah.
Whereas he kind of made his name there. He went to Buffalo, and then he's at Kansas, and he's turned Kansas around, one win away from bowl eligibility. Not a lot of people could have even imagined that would be a possibility, but he is a well-rounded coach, well-respected coach, and it's proving because he's got this Kansas team that offensively, aside from this past weekend against Iowa State, they've been on fire on offense. They've got Jalen Daniels as their quarterback, 11 touchdowns, 1 interception, I believe, after last weekend. So he's a name that's going to, if he continues producing the way he's been doing, you're going to hear his name in the Heisman conversation a little bit.
Gosh.
Yes, and Kansas still has some games where they can win here. So, they still got to play Oklahoma. So, I mean, Oklahoma looks more and more like a win than I ever thought. So, this Kansas team is truly fun to watch. If you haven't watched Kansas football in a decade, now's your time, because it may not last for very long.
Right,
so
they're going to get some airtime. Yeah, they're going to get some
Yeah.
airtime too, which is great. That's something that I really enjoy as the season progresses, as the college football season progresses, teams that do come out of the woodwork to surprise us, like Kansas, they're definitely going to get some more airtime. And kind of leads me to the last topic that I want to get into with you here, Kevin, which is the college football playoff expansion that we are looking to see within the next possibly 2 years, maybe even a year from now or so. I know they're trying to speed this up to, get these 12 teams into the college football playoff. I'm wondering what your overall thoughts are with it and how it's going to be implemented, and is it good for college football? Because I think it can highlight programs. If it's done the right way, it can highlight certain programs that we don't get to see all that often, and really give an opportunity for certain programs to be showcased. Would that ever translate over to recruits or new recruits going to those schools in the future? Perhaps, and I think that could be really good for college football. But now that I have you on the show here, just wanted to get your thoughts on what this 12-team playoff system in your mind looks like, and what are your thoughts on it?
So I have always loved the idea of expanding the playoff. I've always thought that 4 teams was not going to last for very long, nor should it have. And I don't think it should have lasted this long. But I always thought the next step was going to be 8 teams. So it took me a little bit of time to adjust to the idea of the 12-team format. Once we figured out exactly how it was going to go, I'm all on board with it. I think it hits a lot of the points that I was aiming for in an 8-team playoff. I love the idea of incorporating the bowl games the way that they have them for, I guess, the semifinal rounds, and then you still do your national championship the way they've been doing it on the neutral field.
Yeah.
And we're going to get home campus games in the first round of the playoff, and that is going to be awesome, I think, for college football. You're going to see some matchups that you don't typically see.
Right.
And you're going to see them at the perfect time of the season for football weather, especially up north. And I'm incredibly excited about it. And I do think that, for instance, it's going to be very beneficial for a program like Penn State. I think if you've had this 12-team format since the dawn of the college football playoff, Penn State would have been in the playoff, I think, 3 times.
Right.
Maybe 4, definitely 3.
Yep.
I get the idea that some people have that you're actually watering down the playoff. I say that is hogwash, because I think you are enriching every single aspect of your regular season by allowing for your conference champions to have a chance to get an automatic qualifying bid. That makes your conference championship mean a lot more, which means it's going to be more valuable when it comes time to the next round of the media rights.
Yep.
And I think that that's a trickle-down effect right there. You're opening up the door for other conferences to get on that national stage, like you were saying. The group of 5 getting a spot in the New Year's Six is great, but now they're going to get a legitimate chance at the national championship. And I know Cincinnati was in there last year, but obviously that is, once in how many years have we had the playoffs? So it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
Now they're going to get that chance every year. And for me, I love it. I love seeing more opportunities to compete at a high level. Bottom line is, when we get to this 12-team format, it's probably still going to be dominated by Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, and Clemson year in and year out. And that's okay.
Right.
Because now we're going to have more intrigue, more national interest from coast to coast. I don't see any real negatives here with this 12-team format. So my only question is, when are we going to start to see it? I'm going to guess that after this season, we'll get one more year of the 14 playoff, because it seems like they're dragging their feet just a little bit.
Yeah.
And I do think that they have to work out some of the logistics to get the 12-team format, but I don't see any reason why it should be more than 2 years from now. And so I think there's just too much positive revenue to be gained out of this.
Absolutely.
So I don't think that these conferences are going to say, well, let's just go through the process as slowly as possible. No, they're going to get this done as quickly as they can. I just don't know if logistically they'll be able to get it done for the 2023 season, but I'm not going to say it's impossible for that either.
I think it's safe to say that at the end of the day, it really is all about the money. And once they get that straightened out, then we're going to have our answers for sure. Again, folks, Kevin McGuire from the Nittany Lions Wire over at USA Today. Fantastic as always. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us this week. Come back and join us down the road, my friend.
You know where to find me, Jeff. Anytime. Thanks for having me.
In my opinion, it is going to be fun when we do have that 12-team college football playoff. I just think it's going to be great. It's going to give an opportunity for these, I don't want to say not so well-known college programs, but the, quote, lesser college programs. What I mean by that is they're not Alabama, they're not Ohio State, they're not Georgia, but, some of those programs that even struggle to, get into the top 10 at times, it'd be great to see them highlighted during this college football playoff in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. I really am. I think if the NCAA, I think that the college football playoff managers do it the correct way, then it could be a really good thing. I'm not going to hold my breath because we know how things go in the sports world when things just come down to money. We understand how it goes. So that was a great Table Talk interview podcast. I truly enjoy talking to Kevin all the time. I enjoy talking to all of our guests here at the PST Podcast Show. So very grateful for everyone who comes on this show to talk about the sports world, whether it's the Eagles, Phillies, Flyers, Sixers, like Kevin with college sports, what have you. It's just so nice to have such a great community of individuals just coming together to talk about sports on this show. Absolutely love it. Make sure you're following us on Twitter if you are not already, at Philadelphia PST. That's where you can follow the show. You can also follow me at Jeffrey_Warren. You'll get a little bit more sports, and I think those who are following me over there know what I mean. And we'd also appreciate if you follow us on other social sites out there. Just search us out. And also, if you're listening on Apple Podcasts, hit that follow button. We would greatly appreciate that, as well as a rate and review. Subscribe on all other podcast platforms. And if anything ever happens to your podcast feed, head on over to PhiladelphiaSportsTable.com. We've got all of our podcasts over there for you to listen to. Head back into the archives. It's always a fun time. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us. Take care. We'll catch you next time.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino online.
I was only playing for fun, so winning was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's favorite free online social casino. You too could have the chance to win life-changing cash prizes. Absolutely anybody could be like Mary. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and play for free now. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of the winner.
Moms are amazing at tracking down hard-to-find items. Library books, socks, you name it. But sometimes help is welcomed. Care.com makes it easy to find babysitters near you. Sitters with the experience and skills your family needs, like after-school pickup and homework help. You just post a job for qualified sitters to apply. And since all Care.com caregivers are background checked, you can feel confident about interviewing and hiring. To get the child care help you need, sign up now at Care.com.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.